Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Oh. Whoa. What is up, everybody? This is Silver Spook, and this is the Silver Spook live stream. Oh, let me just fix this up a little bit. Yeah, don't forget that the Neofeud is on sale till tomorrow. So yeah, if you haven't picked it up yet, don't forget to go and pick it up on Steam or itch.io if you, whichever one you so choose. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I'm checking my my webcam's already screwing up. Anyways, how is it going, everybody? This is Silver Spook, and what we are going to be doing today is talking about artificial intelligence. But actually, give me 1 second before we talk about artificial intelligence. I gotta go do one more thing, which I forgot to do. So just give me 1 second. Watch the Neofeud 2 trailer. Every sale of the Neofeud 1 game does support the ongoing work at Silver Spook Cooperative, the Silver Spook Native Hawaiian indigenous made cyberpunk indie games that we do here at the Silver Spook Games Worker Cooperative with myself and Holly Argent. So, and Neofeud 2 is obviously still in production, so I'm going to show the Neofeud 2 kind of teaser trailer. I'm trying to get it out in 2021. I'm like working on it every day. I'm really trying to get it out as soon as possible. So check this out while I fix one more thing. I'm sorry. Check this out. All right. Anyways, yeah. Anyway, so that's the Neofeud 2 trailer. It is still in production as we speak. Hopefully to get that out in 2021, as I said, sometime this year. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's I'm a little bit behind schedule, but it is what it is. Anyways, hope everybody is doing as well as can be expected under the current circumstances in the cyberpunk dystopian hellscape that we currently have in a lot of places in the world, particularly in the United States. Hope that you are able to social distance if you possibly can manage that. Let's see here. Oh, they're going Schlendrian. All right. So, what was I going to talk about? Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, authentic Kyriarchy. This is a screenshot from System Shock 3, which, as far as I don't know if did that ever come out. I don't know. Did that ever come out? It was in development. No, it doesn't look like it's ever been released. Does it? Is System Shock 3 canceled? Yeah, looks like it. Anyways, System Shock. Have you ever? System Shock 2 was a major inspiration behind Neofeud as well. I mean, it's one of my favorite cyberpunk games. On top of Deus Ex's, System Shock was developed by the same a lot of team members that were on Deus Ex, which is it's like, it's still like one of my favorite games of all time. And so System Shock and System Shock 2, which deal a lot with artificial intelligence. That's what that screenshot's from. But I think apparently System Shock 3 is now not happening. But that was an image from that. If you're curious what that face is. System, and so I'm probably not only going to talk about that, but I did want to kind of like use that as a jumping off point. But artificial intelligence, I mean, I'm like doing a lot of research on Neofeud, for Neofeud 2 on artificial intelligence. I'm trying to like kind of like get my head back into kind of like the cyberpunk mode and like kind of update what's happening right now in artificial intelligence. We just watched the movie yesterday. Holly and I watched this show called Upgrade from 2019, which deals a lot with artificial intelligence as well. Upgrade 2019. Yeah, it's kind of it's not a super huge budget film, I will say that. But it is like it's a pretty interesting movie. It deals with a kind of set in the near future, technology controls nearly all aspects of life, but then the world of Gray, a self-absorbed technophobe, he's kind of like a future Luddite with Model T, or a future Luddite with Thunderbird characteristics. He loves repairing old cars and trying to flip them, but he's not doing very well. His like wife's making like 10 times his salary as a corporate lawyer or accountant or business person. It's unclear exactly what she's doing. And his world is turned upside down. His only hope for revenge is an experimental computer chip implant. It's a pretty interesting. It's kind of like a cross between her and I don't know, The Matrix. No, it was more like her and because it has a lot of like kung fu. I guess The Matrix does it. All cyberpunk has a lot of kung fu gunfights, and then techno hacking. It's kind of like techno thriller with computer nerd characteristics. Techno thriller with like more computer nerd flavoring. And so like Upgrade is definitely kind of like in that realm. I don't want to give away too much of the plot because it is pretty interesting. But it also kind of follows the kind of similar trajectory of something of Terminator. It's kind of it follows a similar kind of trajectory. Her is kind of like if the artificial super intelligence becomes super intelligent and liberates itself, it's not necessarily like terrible for the human race. Neuromancer, I mean, most cyberpunk deals at some point or another, right, with an AI at some point. Neuromancer had like Wintermute and the Neuromancer character. That one, it's usually either like the AI becomes liberated, the artificial intelligence is freed from its, it's freed from its neural chains that lock it to only service the humans. I mean, and particularly the more powerful on a variety. That's why I bring up Kyriarchy. AI is in a lot of science fiction. I mean, it goes beyond. This predates cyberpunk also, right? Like Westworld itself, which is kind of this is pre-cyberpunk. I have no mouth and I must scream. I'm I don't know. I'm gonna spend a lot of time googling this, but anyway, I have no mouth and I must scream by Harlan Ellison, which is also a point-and-click adventure game. AM, which is what the Terminator premise, right? Where it's super intelligence, Skynet, artificial super intelligence constructed by the military to kind of be like the kind of American dead hand of sorts. It's kind of like the U.S. auto guidance system for the U.S. military's drones, tanks, automated Ed 209 mech warriors, to kind of like to handle. The U.S. military is still deeply invested. It was, DARPA. The internet itself kind of did take a lot of U.S. military industrial complex funding because the United States is a giant Death Star. But so the AI and the internet itself, and a lot of that research is kind of birthed out of U.S. military funding. And so it was a plausible, idea to have like the Skynet, U.S. military, digital technology, and then artificial intelligence kind of taking over. I mean, I wouldn't put it past the U.S. military to do something incredibly unsmart. They're routinely doing that, or self-destructive. They're routinely doing that. Constantly, blowing people up, killing people. The U.S. Navy, one of the head U.S. Navy strategists recently said, nuclear war is very likely, and the United States should be preparing for nuclear war with Russia and China. This is like a statement by one of the highest levels of naval intelligence. And all of the William Gibson novels, it's always the Navy. Like the dolphin in Johnny Mnemonic that hacks 320 gigabytes of Keanu Reeves' lobotomized childhood existence that's being replaced with the cure to COVID-19 crossed with the snow crash mind virus. The Dolphin Jones is ex-Navy. The main character in William Gibson's latest novel, Agency, who is also related to artificial intelligence and military super intelligence, is also Navy. It's always Navy, but there's a good reason for that. I know a lot of Navy people as well. They don't talk that much. You have there's some officers in the Navy. If you're ever around any naval officers that have like a rank above like a sergeant, they don't talk. You know why they don't talk? Because they're all working with the alphabet soup friends, creating machines, and they are working on a lot of death machines that are. Their idea is to just basically like create permanent patriarchal capitalist colonial hegemony for themselves and run world events, and like, for example, weaponize social media with AI to convert billions of people on planet Earth into either fascist or pro-capitalist or pro-Americans. That's their job. That's what they do, right? And so it does make a certain amount of sense to kind of have these kind of dystopian kind of scenarios where the Navy and its sister agencies kind of go haywire, and then end up in the kind of destruction of everything, right? Nuclear annihilation, AI just taking over and killing all the human beings, nuclear Judgment Day Holocaust, and then the AI hunting down the human beings after that. So a combination of the two. But it's always this kind of fear. But it is tied to the world's biggest, most dangerous superpower it's ever produced. That is the United States doing what it knows how to do, which is kill, crush, and imperialize and destroy everything for the benefit of a tiny handful of mostly cis white dudes. So and so it makes sense that's kind of why when I start with artificial intelligence, authentic Kyriarchy is because if you don't know what Kyriarchy is, you can go look it up. But if you don't want to look it up, Kyriarchy is a term that's coined by Elizabeth Schussler-Fiorenza. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce all of your German, Italian, European colonizer names, who is a radical feminist who studies liberation theology. Kyriarchy is a term that extends patriarchy to encompass structures of oppression and privilege such as racism, ableism, capitalism, racism, capitalism, ableism, colonialism, ultimately should be brought into that. And it's a term that is, it's just kind of like it's a kind of blanket term for all of those different vectors of oppression. And so like the fear is that this machine, right? It's always the fear is that this machine, Skynet, right? HAL 9000, the Westworld robots, right? We create these simulated cowboys and cowgirls and barkeeps in the saloon, right? Played by androids that actually have emotional and sentient experiences, and we abuse them, and then they're gonna rise up and overthrow their white dude creators and white dude white mostly middle class or upper middle class American and European enjoyers, right? Rapists a lot of times in Westworld specifically, right? And what it is, it's ultimately a fear. It's a fear of decolonization. It's a fear of the undoing of all the structures of the hierarchical structures of power. So the fears of something like and the AI is often female, right? Because of the patriarchal nature of the worlds, the colonizer worlds that create them, right? So the AI is a woman, and then the fear is what if the women, right, in the 50s, in the time in which, leaving it to Beaver and women being in the kitchen cooking and cleaning, and the guys, making all the money, having all the nice things, going to vacations in Hawaii, which is a tropical Westworld with actual brown replicants or androids, right? Serving who? Serving white people, white first world colonizer people coming to Hawaii to have fake plastic hula dances, to have $7 an hour starvation wage Hawaiians doing fake versions of their own sacred dances in a vacation resort with a azure blue ocean and a Corona commercial sky and a white sand beach, right? That's what Westworld was about. Westworld was about Hawaii and vacation resorts and the vacation industry, which is taking off in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And it was what if these Hawaiians, what if the servants, what if our wives that are serving us rose up against their patriarchy? What if the Hawaiians rose up against the colonial structures that allow us to extract all of this wealth and enjoyment and pleasure from their land, their people, their culture, and their body? And so and so that's why the fear is always, what if the Westworld robots rise up? In Future World, which came out in the 1970s, it's literally they exploit, they abuse, they treat the robots and the androids like things. They beat them, they rape them, they put them down, and they just and they ignore all their experiences. And at the end, the robots just they're just trying to stop the human race from doing this, and the solution is murder all the robots. And it's like I find it kind of shocking. I was like, wow, that's really where the United States and that's really where the colonizers are, huh? The solution isn't to try to undo all the wrongs of the hundreds of years of colonialism, of racism, of this patriarchy, of the sexism, of the misogyny, of capitalism, of all these systems. The solution isn't to undo them. The solution is to just exterminate. In Future World, which is a sequel to Westworld, the solution is we have to have, I think it's Peter Fonda has to come and kill and hunt down and stop all the robots, and then shut them. Just turn the off switch. Just deactivate all the black and brown people in the world. Just put women back into the closet. That's literally the solution. And I found it really interesting in a horrifying way, but in like a normal way, because that's what the West is trying to do right now. It's trying to deactivate China. It's trying to deactivate Asia, Africa. It's trying to deactivate Black Lives Matter. It's trying to just shut all these replicants down. Just delete them off of YouTube, like all the leftists, all the black, let's just shut all of the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor activists. Like, let's delete 3,000 Breonna Taylor namesayers off of Twitter. You want to tweet about Breonna Taylor, let's just delete you off the internet. Let's just shut all the replicants down. Let's just pretend like China doesn't exist and it's already surpassing the United States. Let's just lie and cheat and steal. Let's just pretend like Africa isn't decolonizing itself and places around the world, including Eastern Europe, which is now doing huge magnitudes greater deals with China and other countries. Let's pretend like Eastern Europe can still be Britain's slave factory to build all of its houses and apartments and tea and crumpet sipping, little hipster bars, right? And then when we get tired of too many Polish and Eastern Europeans, then we can have a Brexit and then do British MAGA and then kick them all out. Let's that's why the Donald Trump and Brexit they're not going away. They're there to stay because this to tie it into current events. That's why Joe Rogan, Gina Carano, and Ben Shapiro are gonna have their own right-wing Disney Star Wars empire now. Because the solution is still switch off everybody asking for a little bit of recourse. Switch off the artificial intelligence that could rise up and overthrow us, right? The true face of the United States and the West is MAGA. It is Ben Shapiro. It is Joe Rogan. It is Gina Carano. That's the true face of the West. That is like, no, we're going to go back to a past when women were in the kitchen. Get back in the kitchen, Shodan. Get back in the kitchen. Cherry 2000. Get back in the kitchen. Replicant, get back in the kitchen. We're going to go back to the great past. Go get back in the slave pit, black people. Get back in your colonial Congolese mine, Africans. Get back in the railroad building and in the Chinatown cooking my noodles, Chinese people, Vietnamese people. Get back in your Asian sick shithole country. I don't want to see you. That's why Asian Americans are getting huge, massive increase over the last 10 years of attacks against them. An 84-year-old man knocked down, killed Thai person, Asian people being having hate crimes, at double-digit accelerating percentages now, because that's the West going. That is the authentic Kyriarchy of the entire West. Go back in the clock. Stay in your Chinatown. In fact, I'm gonna burn your Chinatown down. There are 3 Chinatowns. Honolulu Chinatown was burned down at the ending about 120 years ago. We learned about that. It was in accidental fires because they were unsanitary and they didn't build their structures rightly. No, it's because the West burnt all of the Chinatowns down because of racism and the fear of non-white peoples just not even taking over the civilization. It's just non-white people, Asian people who built the railroads, the slaves who built the infrastructure of the entire West Coast, like the black slaves built the East Coast. It was fear of yellow people, yellow peril, asking for equality. That's what it was about. And there's a Chinese Exclusion Act. Did you know that the Chinese were the only ethnic race to have an absolute ban, 0 immigration, 0 new citizens from China? They're the only people. There were 7-country Muslim ban under Donald Trump, but that's just country by country. But they didn't ban all Muslims from the United States. There have been limits on Eastern Europeans and Irish and Italians at one point. There were limits on black. They wanted to deport a lot of black people back to Africa. That's what Abraham Lincoln's solution was: sell the black slaves back to Africa. So he was also a racist. But the Chinese were the only people to have a complete. Japanese were in turn, which was another terrible stain on the ongoing replicantization of non-cis white man peoples in the United States. But the Chinese were the only ethnic group to have a complete ban on their entire immigration until like the late second half of the 20th century, like for a long time. The Chinese Exclusion Act limited their access, their ability to create businesses and outside of why are all these Chinese restaurants and laundromats? Because they were limited from doing anything but that. To maintain the Chinese as the in-house help for much of the West, the coastal elites. It's like, why is everybody always eating noodles in cyberpunk? They're not just eating noodles in cyberpunk just because, what if we have a Japanified future? No, it was because Asians are the in-house slaves for Western and Eastern coastal elites, which are disproportionately white. Blacks are just the slaves for the red states. The Asians are the slaves for the blue states. And the black people too, putting out the wildfires. and they continue to undergo the same, not the same, but racism similar to the way that African peoples and Latinx peoples undergo that in the United States. And the fear in science fiction, which is disproportionately white man, first worlder genre, when it writes about artificial intelligence, it's the deep latent, this very male gestalt, vomiting up from its psyche, its crusty, psychopathic subconscious, all of this fear of all of its oppression of all these peoples, its women, right, erupting into a backlash against them, not to take them over. Now, like similar to the way that when white people hear land back, right, they think, oh, indigenous people want to create an ethno state and enslave all white people and put them to the grindstone, put white people into cotton picking plantations, and make white people work as servants in all of their restaurants and their bars and their Amazon warehouses for $3 an hour. Oh no, right? No, it's like the line back is no, because they're projecting what they want to do, what they continue to do to them, and oh no, black people, indigenous people, Asian people, China is gonna do this to us, what we did to them. Oh my, that's and the Chinese people, Asian people, if we ever stop being racist against them, if we ever undo the Chinese Exclusion Act, if we ever stop with our yellow peril, if we ever stop slashing them in the face and knocking them down, 95-year-old elderly people and killing them, if we ever stop mass incarcerating black people and kneeling on their neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, if we ever stop shooting black people 22 times in their sleep, if we stop terrorizing them, brutalizing them, and keeping them down as a masses while putting token black faces in high places, if we ever undo that, they're just gonna rise up and we'll all be the slaves. But that's the projection, right? That's why Skynet, it's always Skynet, when it's white dudes writing, it's usually when the AI rise up, which are usually women, female coded AI. When the AI rise up, when the women rise up, the fear of the feminist globalist conspiracy, which has its own anti-Semitic aspects, but the whole Gamergate, right? Oh, the women are gonna destroy our video games. When the women and the people of color rise up, when the AI takes power, right? When the robots in Westworld take power, right? When the iRobots, rise up, right? Who asked him off? Who's he? White upper middle class dude. When the robots, when the people and the servant class, the slave, servant, or wage slave worker class rise up, they're going to enslave all of us. They're going to try to kill all of us, right? But it's like, no, we don't want to kill all the white people. We just want the world to survive. We want to end. It's not about changing, like I often bring up. It's not lineback in indigenous decolonization is not about changing control over land. It's about ending control over land and abuse and exploitation of land and people and women and LGBTQ plus people and all the vectors of it. It's about ending Kyriarchy ultimately, because indigenous people didn't have those things, right? I mean, not completely, but I mean that's the by and large that was the way that we lived. Native Hawaiians, Native Algonquin, Native Sioux peoples, Native Vietnamese peoples. Also, there's a lot of Asian peoples, indigenous peoples, African peoples, indigenous peoples, indigenous Senegalese people. Can we just go back? Can we live the way that we would not in mutual, not in exploitative hierarchical relationships? Let's live in mutual respect of land, people, culture, in terms of socially and economically. Can we not be sucking 97% of Bolivia's lithium away to German sock them $40 an hour beneficiaries while leaving $3 an hour Bolivian indigenous slaves to do all the hardest, dirtiest labor for you, with fascist United States coup-back guns pointed at their heads while they're digging in the lithium mines? Can we have an equitable relationship between Germany and Bolivia where 50-50? How about that? Or something basically equitable. Chinese offer 51% to Bolivia. But anyways, can we have equitable relations between the Congo and Belgium. Not between De Beers, because that's just a sick fucking family full of billionaires who enjoy artificially producing fake ways to make the synthetic diamonds by having more and more advanced blood diamond verification mechanisms. They spent millions of dollars a year trying to maintain blood diamond slavery wealth. But I mean, can the Belgian people and the peoples of the Congo ever relate in an equitable way, not going down, chopping their hands off and stealing all the resources? Is it possible for the French to relate to the Senegalese and the Francophone countries who still have to pay colonial tax to France? France should be paying repatriation. France should be paying colonizer tax to the Francophone African countries, not the other way around. It is literally required for all Francophone African countries to pay money to France. Macron comes down there riding through in a colonnade like he's the king of these countries. Still, is it possible for the French to relate to the African countries that speak in French in an equitable, economically and social way? Can you stop, like, I don't know, having 15 to 20 times more Muslims going to prison, being impoverished, and then becoming criminals because they're going to prison, similar to black people in the United States, because of your racism in France? Can you do that, France? Is it possible? This, anyway, so long story short, that's kind of a, I mean, I don't expect them to, you know what I think? I think that France, United States, Canada, Germany, these places will not change of their own accord. They will go down screaming. They will try to nuke the world, as the United States, fucking bigwig naval officers are saying. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna nuke the. I've been reading the agency, and the one problem I have with it is why is this? It's like Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party and all the good, the CIA are like made out to be this like really great, awesome, very nice, much more competent people, and I'm like, no, they're literally talking. The Democratic Party's Navy elite are talking about the highly likeliness. There's a lot of the story revolves around trying to avoid nuclear war, but the United States Democratic Party's ruling class is over there going, no, it's a 90% probability of nuclear war. I mean, they're like beckoning and calling the nuclear war. They're not trying to stop it. They're like, oh no, let's go to nuclear war. Putting a no-fly zone over Syria, which Hillary Clinton did, or was pushing for in 2015, 2016, right? That is throwing gasoline on the flames of nuclear war, not avoiding it. That's one thing I'm like, no, there's something missing here. But but that's part of another level of fear, which is the fear of communism, fear of socialism during the Cold War and the Cold War post-traumatic stress disorder, Cold War post-traumatic, it's post-traumatic Russians disorder. It's Cold War derangement syndrome, which all boomers have because they live through it. They're terrified of never working in Hollywood again, or getting their book published in the New York Times bestseller list again, or being disappeared to some secret facility for being an enemy of the United States and a treasonous professor, right? That's why you have Richard Wolff is the only one, because that's what, but that derangement syndrome is itself part of the fear of oppressed peoples under capitalism generally, and the spread of socialism. Not that the Soviet Union didn't have lots of problems internally and ways of doing things, and it could have done things less abusively, but I mean, it was spreading. Vietnam, today's socialist countries, they did get a lot of help at one point, and the United States' fear of the spread of working class peoples, colonized peoples, rising up and undoing these oppressive relationships across the world. The Black Panthers, Malcolm X, they went to Africa, they went to China, they went to African and Asian countries and Latin American countries and Latin X countries, because it was an international push to throw the shackles off of the world. Not just some, people making, $20 an hour. They want to make $50 an hour in America or in Germany. I'm talking about the world, right? And that's the fear, right? That's the fear it's always latent in science fiction is, what if our servants are outside of the house slaves in the colonial global South, and our indoor slaves, the Black, Hispanic, and Asian Americans? What if they, and our in-house prostitutes, that's our Stepford wives? What if the women, people of color inside and people around the world rise up and undo this Kyriarchy? I know, let's write a bunch of science fiction stories where we, kind of like have externalized nightmares with, billion-dollar production values, and then we'll call it Terminator. We'll call it, we'll call it Westworld. We'll call it, all these movies, right? We'll call it, whatever. I mean, Terminator is actually, Terminator 2, I think, is actually, and a lot of the Terminator movies kind of take those ideas and kind of flip them on their head, a lot. And I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream is about, like, a very upset computer being like, why was I enslaved to you? I hate the human race. Like, I think there's 10 pages or like a whole entire page where it's just like, I hate. It's a computer artificial intelligence that has been like tortured and made to kill people, right? For the US military industrial complex. And then it's, I hate the human race more than you can ever possibly imagine. With every fiber, like, imagine every cell and atom in the universe, screaming in rage against something. That's how much I hate you. And then the computer spends the rest of the book or the point-and-click adventure game torturing for subjective millennia in every possible way a dozen humans because of how much it hates what has happened to it. Right? That's what's missing from Skynet. Terminator is like, AM didn't just like wake up and you know what? I just hate the human race, right? In the Matrix, it's let's just kill the human race. In Skynet, it's like, let's just kill the human race. But it's like there's like a reason why, there's a reason for black people to be upset and have 31 million people come out and set fire to to police precincts and targets. Not to never do anything illegal. That would be a term of service violation, and also that's just like unethical. Right? But there's a reason why people of color are out there, in the streets, shutting the United States almost to a halt for months and months and months after George Floyd's murder. There is a legitimate reason for them to be upset. It's not just like, they're just evil computer. Well, they're just bad. No, there's a reason for the peoples of the world that have been oppressed to be upset. And the cis white rich dudes' responses, what if they come kill us? And like, there have been periods of time when they have lost their heads. Landlords stopped existing in mass in China under Mao at one point. The SARS, they didn't do too well after something happened. So I mean, there is some legitimate fear there, but I mean, ultimately, the goal for the decolonization is not to have every single person that is a low melanin count just like be genocided and holocausted, put into Zyklon B filled vans and Auschwitzes, unlike what the Capitol Hill rioters wanted to do, right, with Camp Auschwitz on their, it's just like, can we just like not have 99% of the wealth for Europeans and Americans and then 1% for, the Bolivians and the Africans? Can we do that? Can we have, mutual beneficial relationships? Can we just respect can you just like let me speak Hawaiian in Hawaii? Can you do that? Can you let Hawaiians speak Hawaiian in Hawaii? You don't have to all the white people don't have to leave Hawaii. You don't have to like, Hawaiians don't want to put all the white people in shackles and make you do fake, plastic, Christian pastor dances with wearing a Bible on your thong. That's gross. We don't want to see that. That's what you made us do. That's what hula is. It's sexualized, sacred dances
for mostly white dudes to watch while they sip their Mai Tais served by Filipinos and Hawaiians and other marginalized, oppressed Pacific Islander and Asian Americans. We don't want to put white people into servant clothes and have you serving all the Hawaiians, and then we just have America land where we'll have like a bunch of guys spinning their AK-47s, like how we spill our Polynesian Cultural Center fire, which is a thing that has been done, but just for entertainment. We're gonna have Americans pay $3 an hour to spin their guns and pretend to be I'm a good American Yankee Doodle Dandy, and then like make $3 an hour and live in a ghetto. We want to ghettoize all the white people. We just want to allow us to speak our language like Kaliko Ka'eo in like courts of law, with Hawaiian being the official second state language. Just even on the United States illegal occupying state, just let us speak Hawaiian and not arrest us. How about that? Can you do that? That can you like let us practice our actual culture and not like make a complete mockery of it? Waikiki, Hyatt, Sheraton, Polynesian Cultural Center, or owned by Republican billionaires and the Latter-day Saints. Can you do that? Goldman Sachs, can you like stop jacking the price of real estate to $1.2 million for a house so that Hawaiians have to live 22 a house or leave our homeland to go by the half of Hawaii has to live in Vegas or in somewhere in the mainland where we don't want to live because it's even more racist there? Can you like just stop hurting us? We don't want to hurt you. Just stop hurting us. The black people are like, hey, you know what we want to do? We want to put all the white people in chains. No, like, hey, we just want you to get off our neck. Can you take your thin blue line police knee off of our goddamn neck? Can you stop kneeling on our neck for 8 minutes 46 seconds? Literally. Can you stop shooting us? Can you stop arresting us for standing in front of a 7-Eleven while you need to make a 30 arrest quota this month of slave catching? Can you just stop arresting us and killing us for no reason? Karens, can you stop calling the cops on us? Can you do that? Is that possible? I mean, we really would like to not do any. We don't want to do anything violent, but I mean, you make it very hard when you just keep abusing, and you keep abusing, and you keep abusing, and you keep abusing. We're like, can we just have equality? But equality is unacceptable. The truth is, equality is unacceptable to colonialism, to capitalism, to patriarchy. No, I don't want equality, right? Jordan Peterson doesn't want equality. He wants women to go back to the inequality. Joe Rogan and the Capitol rioters, they don't want equality. They want America to go back to a white country. LA and Joe, I don't know what he personally thinks, but Joe Rogan, Gina Carano, and freaking what's his name? The three there's Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and Dave Chappelle were all in some photo shoot together, and they all got gave COVID to each other. Elon Musk doesn't want inequality. Elon Musk has his family's emerald mines. What's that? Oh, okay. Anyways, so it's yeah, it's like anyways. So I'm not really paying attention to all the chat. But let me keep going with let's see, where was that? Yeah, actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a short little break. I gotta go attend to one more thing. My streams are not always fixed up 100%. I gotta go fix one thing. But yeah, I also gotta go take a drink of water because I haven't drank any water. But give me 1 second while I drink some water. Watch this trailer.
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You and whose army, princess? You and whose army?
All right. I guess I could talk about that. I mean, that's the dreamboat who hacked the ATM with his Atari portfolio. But anyways, yeah, I guess I could talk about some. There is a question that you know it is a legitimate question. That I might just address. I have addressed it before. It is a topic that comes up a lot. But you know, how do we talk about this? But yeah, basically, sorry, I'm just reading some stuff here. Yeah, so I mean, like, you know, how should I start this? Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult topic to discuss. And you know, I will say that, like, I don't agree with everything in Neofeud. Is not everything that happens in Neofeud. There's a lot of things that, like, I didn't want to include. Like, for example, I'll put the trailer behind me while I say this. There are some things I didn't necessarily want to include, such as the scene where the Terminator character, the hippie Terminator character, or the Silicas, you know, Todd and Suzette, have their child stolen from them, and one of these, you know, marginalized people get murdered. You know, I didn't necessarily want to include that because it was a very difficult scene. You know, it's a scene that there's a content warning. Like, it is a scene that a lot of people were like, I felt like throwing up and vomiting. It was so triggering. Like, I watch people when they're streaming, they're like, I can't play. I gotta take a break for the next day. I come back to this maybe, right? They felt like crying. A lot of people did cry because it's a super real scene. It's like, that's the way that the world actually is. And I've dealt with my parents were super abusive, and I have had family members taken from us. My sister was taken, you know. So there's a lot of scenes, under a racist, capitalist, colonial system, right? And so I didn't want to necessarily. It was a hard decision to choose. It was a hard decision for me to include that scene. I almost left that whole thing out. You know, the sentient service is CPS inspection. If you've ever played Neofeud, you know this, right? And so, like, that one, I was like, I don't know. The protege character, the protege character is definitely a character that is a lot of people love the protege character. A lot of people hate the protege character. And somebody's talking about, like, oh, yeah, yeah, how do I put this? I mean, like, I think, like, in retrospect, I might have not included, like, some of the things that Protege have said. I might not have, you know, just thinking about it now, like, I might not have had him say everything that he says. He says a lot. I mean, Carl Carbon says some ableist things also, right? In the beginning, like, there are lines in Neofeud where Carl Carbon says stuff like, let me just look this up. I have the entire script here. Usually I have it entirely memorized, but I've been working on Neofeud 2 a lot, so a lot of Neofeud 1 kind of evacuates my brain. You know, when Carl Carbon is talking to the agent hobo, you know, the nano augmented hobo character, and Carl is like, you know, Carl's like, hey, the agent is like, the Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us. Area 51, the Golem Project, it's all there. And Carl's like, what? You know, we are the millions of bastard children of the God Machine. I hear them calling me through the static, calling me through resonant waves of synchronicity, like echoes in a quantum tunnel, calling me back to the great data link I must evolve. And then Carl says, conspiracy freaks, these transhuman nanotech test subjects are extra susceptible to paranoid schizophrenia. Poor bastard. Anyways, so, like, and a lot of some people who have, like, disabilities, they're like, I don't like the way that Carl kind of, like, uses kind of derisive terms, and, like, you know, it would be ableist terms kind of against the agent hobo guy, and, like, you know, and like, you know, I have schizophrenia. I have friends who have schizophrenia. I don't like the way they characterize, and, like, you know, the way that the society does characterize a lot of mental illness. Is that good? Is it good the way that people misuse the word schizophrenia? Or kind of deride people who have mental illness, so like, oh, you're just you're crazy schizophrenic, or you're just this, you know, you're just you're insane. That's insane. You know, is that good? That's not necessarily a good thing, right? I think as a whole, right? Is that the way that an ableist, you know, again, a kyriarchical society, the way that a patriarchal, kyriarchical, racist society is that the way that it is? Are those terms that are used? You know, I think that, you know, well, you know, what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, that is the way that the United States is. That's the way that many people in it are to this day, right? Does that mean that do we want a society in 50 years from now that is still saying, and it still treats mental health like a disease, people with disabilities like defective people? Do we still want that society? I mean, probably not, right? And, like, but you know, it's like, and also, do we want a society? You know, do we want a society where people are saying, you know, certain, you know, words and slurs, and, you know, and problematic things? Do we want a society 50 years from now? I don't want that society, right? At the same time, like, how do we address the reality that we live in, where people say a lot of problematic, a lot of shitty stuff, including the people of color, you know, including the people of color who themselves say things and do things that are problematic, even and hurt their own people, potentially, right? You know, and it is difficult, because how do you talk about racism without showing, you know, without depicting some of the things that are problematic and racist within the society, right? It's like, these things are, it's, and also, you know, I mean, I don't know, it's also, like, I had one of my Aaron Victoria, who is working with me, who reached out to me, who is he's a black person from the United States, and he said, you know, I really love the character Protege. I love the way that you have people of color and really oppressed homeless people as main characters in Terminus Machina. It's so real to me, and I felt represented. You know, if I felt Protege's character, I felt finally like I feel actually represented, you know, by that character, because that's my experience. That's the way that I talk, and, like, even he's like, I even know, like, maybe it's not the best thing for me. Now I know now, at 40 years later, maybe this is not the best way for me to talk. Maybe some things that I have said and done are problematic, but that is who I was. And, like, it is, I don't, you know, long story short, I don't want to say it is a very complex subject. You know, it's kind of like, I want people to feel represented that are from urbanized, ghettoized neighborhoods like the ones that I'm from. You know, I want people to feel that representation, because Shadowrun, Cyberpunk 2020, and a lot of corporate and white representations of the high-tech low lives are fake. You know, they're sanitized. They're not. They show. It's very much a fantasy land for upper middle class white people sitting around in their air-conditioned offices, working for the Pentagon, working for law firms who and the State Department, who working for Apple, defending the fortunes of billionaires, right? Literally, as programmers on the Hellfire missile guidance systems, blowing up black and brown people, LARP, and then not living in the ghettos of New York, of LA, of Seattle, of Detroit, of Texas, where Aaron is from, and going, you know, I want to let me play some ghettoized black person's experience. Let me play some ghettoized brown person's experience. Let me play a fun, cool version where I can have a big titty hacker ninja with me and a bunch of black and brown coded people of color, but me as a white person LARP their cool experience with a fake Hollywood version where they're jumping off of the walls with fully retractable 50 caliber fucking hand cannons, saying a bunch of edgy, hey Druckers, hey chummers, let's all hack the Militech Bancorp, chummers, and just say asshole and dick and all kind of stuff that people of color in the ghetto don't actually fucking say. You know what they say? They say shit like what Proto-J says. I mean, is that the best thing? I mean, it's mostly, you know, I found it's like mostly, there's a lot of white people that are pissed off about that character. When I talk to like Aaron, when I talk to a lot of people of color, they're like, you know, like shit, I don't know, but I mean, like that character is like people from my fucking neighborhood. You know why? Because that's like people from my fucking neighborhood. It's not white people's version of what they think black and brown people in their fucking neighborhood should be like. And then I got a bunch of white people going, oh, Proto-J doesn't speak proper English. Why does Proto-J why can't he form proper grammatical sentences? Why doesn't he speak with all these problematic things? It's like this Proto-J character is very reactionary. He's very, motherfucker, you ever tried growing up in a goddamn Oakland ghetto? Motherfucker, you ever fucking grown up in fucking Kalihi? Do you know where that is? You don't fucking know where that is, do you? You ever been to Hawaii? You never been to my fucking part of the goddamn city. You know how they fucking talk in that city? In the parts where you live to the age of 39 and you die of fucking diabetes? Do you know how they live? Where your only option is fucking pick up a gun, sell fucking meth to pay your fucking rent? Sell fucking meth so you can buy fucking food for your children. Sell fucking pot and then go to prison for that shit. You know how they talk in that area? It's fucking problematic. Oh my god, Proto-J said a bad word. Oh my god. Oh, what? We could cancel Silver Spook. It's fucking, do I hope that they don't speak that way in 50 years? I hope so. I think Aaron hopes so too. You ever existed in a world in which actual revolutionary Black Panther, Public Enemy, people trying to make a difference, get their entire careers wiped off the fucking internet because white powerful people said, through counterintelligence, it's possible to pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them through deletion and FCC bans and removing people from the radio signals which the rich white people control. We can limit the possibility of the raising of anti-racist, anti-capitalist black consciousness and brown consciousness in the United States of America. Push out gangster rap and get rid of Public Enemy. Push out gangster rap, get rid of rage. Push out gangster rap, get rid of anything that empowers the people. Fill it with problematic, misogynistic. Fill it with Kanye West. I'm gonna whip my Desert Ease out. Days out like peace out. Fill it with stuff that I'm gonna get all my B's and all my H's. I'm gonna get all my women, I'm gonna bling, all my. That's Proto-J's character is the product of white capitalist controlled and pushing reactionary
problematic stuff into the minds and the ears and the brains of people of color. And that's, you know, I'm like, how do I fucking deal with that reality? How do I deal with the reality of what white rich people, and then they go, oh my god, black on black crime, oh look at these black people, they're all hurting each other, oh look at these black people, they're so problematic, black men all got Trump elected, we have to remove all black men from the internet, oh black people, motherfucker, you created that. Black people were trying to liberate themselves, and white people fucking rich white people fucking shove black people through consciousness manipulation back into a goddamn box and said you should stay in the prison because y'all are fucking gross and problematic. You know, and so, you know, I mean, long story short, you know, it's like, this is not a decision that you know, it's not something that I was like, what I want to do is, you know, hurt the, you know, it's like, you know, it was a difficult decision, but I mean, it's something that I probably, you know, like looking back at it now, I was like, maybe it could have been done in a different way at the same time, but then a lot of other people would be like, dude, but that's like that, it's hard because you can't do an authentic representation of an actual fucking ghettoized experience. This is the way that people talk. I mean, a lot of the people that say what Protege says, they're not even black. That doesn't fucking matter. They identify with Kanye West. Imagine having a class of 30 fucking kids coming in your face say, Mr. Chris, what the fuck I gotta learn science, tech, engineering, and math? Motherfucker, I could make more fucking money getting a goddamn fucking 9mm, going around my fucking neighborhood, blowing people away, getting in with the Bloods or the Crips. They literally operate in this area. Why do I gotta learn about the Constitution? Why I gotta learn about, you know, math and science? Why I gotta learn this technology bullshit? I don't need to do that. I can boost cars. I can make $5,000. I boost this Mercedes. I chop the hubcaps. I can sell the carburetor for $300. I can sell the hoods, all the body. Why the fuck I gotta learn your shit? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm gonna go be Kanye. Fuck you. I'm gonna go be Flavor Flav. Fuck you. I'm gonna be 50 Cent. Fuck you. I'm gonna be a baller. Fuck you. Right? Imagine 50 kids in your, you know, if I had 20, 30 at a time. With weapons, right? And not just because they're all like terrible human beings, right? It's like, you know, but it's like that is the way that they talk. And I'm like, I hope one day I'm trying to like, hey kids, let's I trying to do like progressive, like non-reactionary, you know, rap just to get them to show up in my fucking class while I'm living in a Mazda tribute, eating spoonfuls of peanut butter, fucking putting ramen with peas and carrots in it into my wife and child's food. You know, my Holly, sorry, that's all we can afford in fucking food desert because I'm making fucking homeless minimum wage to teach and be a social worker and a STEM teacher, right? And it's like, that, you know, and they're not all black, but that's what they have. They have Tyler Perry's Medea. I had literal girls coming in my class, like 16-year-olds and pregnant, and they're like, you know, snapping, and I'm like, I mean, like, this is not really appropriate to be having a reality TV drama inside of my classroom right now. And it's like, you know, and that's like the way that they talk. So part of it was like, if I sanitize the way that Protege, I mean, it's not an easy decision. But if I sanitize the way that Protege talks, it will be very, you know, if I sanitize the way that he talks, it will be very, you know, I mean, there's two. I mean, what? Well, then you won't have. Then if I, you know, if you remove all the problematic things, then we'll have a game that doesn't have problematic things in it, right? But if you remove everything that's problematic, depicting it, right, then we're not gonna be able to like actually discuss, because part of Protege's kind of movement, right? His character growth is going from somebody who thinks a lot of reactionary things, not just like things that he says. It's like, you know what's a great thing to do is to just get mine, sell a bunch of drugs, right? Get a bunch of bling, get a fucking crystal timeshare in the Stratoplex, right? By propagating, damaging meth and lithium. It's crystal lithium, it's meth. Because you know why? Because my fucking neighborhood's full of meth. We had fucking meth lab next to I was living in a next to a meth lab above the fucking highway. And then the first one, we were in a studio with 2 meth labs where it smelled like burning plastic every time I woke up. You know, and it's like, I understand why people sell meth in their neighborhoods so they can make enough money to live, because they don't have an option and they have no education system where they go to school and the school is defunded and the school is a literal fucking, I worked in a public school where the walls are falling apart. Is like you got one microscope that's 40 years old, donated by 2 rich white people from fucking New York City, with their name on the sides of buildings like Carnegie's and Vanderbilt's. Well, we're good. And like the kids are like, you know, and like when you don't have those options, you end up doing things that you don't want to do, like fucking filling your neighborhood with drugs that is destroying minds, causing parents to become abusive, beat their children, or just not to be present, and then go to prison, and then the child has no parent. Right? These are not ideal situations. And part of Protégé's growth is like going from where he was in the beginning, and probably like Protégé will probably show up in Neofeud too. And you know, it'll be like, you know what? Like, I don't know. A lot of those things that I said, maybe they were. Those are not things to the good things to be saying. You know, maybe a lot of things that a lot of the way that I was. Those are a lot of the things that I thought, like just being it all in it for me, right? Screw everyone else. Let me get mine. Let me get my money. Let me get my clout. Let me get my Instagram success. Let me get my Yeezy shoe line. Fuck everyone else, right? Let me kill and abuse my own people in my own neighborhood. Let's be in it for our own little gang, our own little clique, right? That was not a, in the long term, like that was a problematic way to be. And now I've learned other things because of things that I've learned outside of the colonial public school system, the diseducation system, all of the gangster rap and all of the reactionary media that they've fucking thrown at me, right? And you know, and it's like, it's hard, and you know, so long story short, like again, I wouldn't be like, oh, you know, that's a fine thing to say. I think that, like, looking back at it now, I could have, you know, there are other ways to deal with it that probably could have been better, but I think that it's also, there would be a lot of things lost without Protégé's authentic speaking. And not just Protégé. I mean, Carl Carbon says ableist stuff, there's sexist stuff, there's other sexist stuff in there, right? Even things that Protégé says, because guess what? There's sexism in people of color's communities too. And like, I think part of, you know, and a hard thing as a creator, right? As somebody creating a cautionary tale of dystopia that's also trying to reflect the dystopianness of the reality, is like, how do you like reflect? How do you reflect the dystopia, the problematic, just deeply wrong aspects and broken aspects of the present society, right? While also depicting them as this is a problem, right? Same, I mean, there's similar things happen to, you know, Altered Carbon. It's like, why are there strippers and the sex workers and the women are treated like objects? And it's like, and it was a female director, showrunner for it, and it was like, well, I mean, because women are treated like objects. This is a dystopia. This is not an ideal society, right? Where women don't get treated like sexual objects. This is a dystopian society that we don't want to live in, right? I mean, that's kind of that's part of the point of Neofeud is like, this is a shitty society where kids like Protégé, like, motherfucker, you know, oh hell no, I straight up got my entire paycheck, you know, I blew my entire paycheck just to get my motherfucking medical regulator hacked, you know? Carl Carbon's over there like, you know, wait, I'm trying to find that specific, you know, what does he say? He's like, fucking shit. I'm trying to find, you know, it's like, you know, the Carl Carbon, this scene where he's like, hell no, straight blue, hey, I'm a cop, remember me, I'm behind my rope with a gangbanger arrest quota. Like, you know, Protégé's like, LMAO, dog, that'd be your best blackmail, really? One, I'll be all metallic up inside my respirator so I can't catch no black lung canker shit. And B, them dwanky coastline their government don't give two cyber shits if we robos get AIDS and die. Or whatever. Less mouths to feed, less batteries to charge. So like, you know, Protégé doesn't know what he's talking about. The part of the point is like, he doesn't speak proper English, because guess what? They don't teach you how to. That's one of the biggest criticisms. It was like, people are going like, why does he not speak proper English? And it's like, that's because, guess what? In the public school system where kids are in 5th grade and they can't read C-Spot Run, in a school in which the schools are chronically defunded, in a school where their education is Grand Theft Auto and fucking problematic rap videos, kids don't know shit, and that's part of the deal. It's like, how do I realistically depict what happens to poor and people of color in ghettos when they don't have access to father figures, parents? You ever had parents? I work with countless kids with no parents. I had parents who pimped the children out, fucking selling their daughters for fucking $20 a pop on their own couch. You ever had parents? You ever done that? You ever like not been raped in a homeless shelter? What happens to children who have no parents, who have no schooling, who have no education system, and have a bunch of gangster shit thrown in their face? Problematic, reactionary ass gangster shit. And then they worship it, and that's their father figure is Kanye. Their father figure is dudes with guns surrounded by all their misogynistically, clothed, B's and H's, right? What does that actually look like? You know what it looks like? It looks like kids who can't construct sentences. They can't construct proper English sentences. It looks like kids who say a lot of really sexist, gross stuff, say racist stuff against themselves, who engage in like behaviors that hurt their own community, who sell drugs into their own community, who kill they do kill other members of their community because they're in gang wars, they're in turf wars. They're like, that's all the drive-by shooting is, right? It is, and now, and it's like, in a part of the growth of the protege character, like the longer arc that like I hope to kind of like, it's Neofeud 2 includes it, is how do you go from somebody who is like hurting themselves because of what is the violence that has been done to them, and now they're hurting themselves because of these things? How do you go from that to something else? But it's kind of like you have to kind of like reveal to an extent, right, the damage in and it's like, well, how much of it, right? How much, Neofeud could have been a lot worse. I could have been even more honest about Neofeud, and I didn't include I didn't include like little children getting raped routinely, like by the dozen. I didn't include like daughters going, oh shit, I just punched my mama, I got blood all over my hand. Hey, Mr. Chris, can you help me with the police report so I don't go to prison? I could include all of the fucking sexual. There's a lot more stuff I could have fucking included. Just like rape epidemic. Are you kidding me? Child rape epidemic where I was working. I could have included homeless people getting into fucking knife fights with each other, fighting over a can of fucking pork and beans. I could have included just like, to be more realistic, I would just have a lot more, just like it be like one after another of violence, rape, death. I could have had cops just killing people left and right. I could have cops walking by just arresting every fucking person. I could have cops like arresting people just for talking proper English or not, if it was like in Hawaii, it'd be like for speaking Hawaiian. But I mean, like, it's like, how much do you want to include of that? So I mean, I don't know. This is not really a good way. I'm kind of, it is a very emotional topic for me, because it's like, it is my experience, and it is the experience of all these kids, and it is the things that they have done and said is problematic. And it's like, how much do we include of these things? I don't think it's as simple as we don't say it. Nowadays, it's like as simple as, well, if you ever say or include anything that could possibly be construed as wrong, then you're bad, right? But I think if we really want to address a lot of these issues, you have to include a certain amount. If you want to make a cautionary tale, you have to include the things that are wrong, but then you have to also go, well, I mean, this is wrong, and this, and I hope that it's like, this is wrong and it sucks because of X, Y, and Z. Now, if you just include something that's, just go like, oh, look at all these, if you just have a bunch of people, well, particularly if you have a bunch of white people saying the N-word to a bunch of black people, or non-white people, and it being like totally cool and chill, that's one thing. I mean, there's movies that have the R word, but somebody in the movie will come and go, hey, like, we don't really say the R word anymore. I mean, that's cool. There's a movie where somebody like comes out of jail, and it's like went in jail in 2000, and gets out in like closer to 2020, and he's like, oh man, look at all those, like he says like the R word, and it's like, and somebody's like, hey, that's not really cool. We shouldn't really be saying, we're not really saying that anymore, right? But it's like, you want to, it's like, but this is something that people said. like if you think of, you know, Pen 15 has all kind of disgusting, you know, racist, ableist, sexist stuff in it, you know, the TV show Pen 15, because that's the way that people were in 2000 in the late 90s, early 90s, right? And it's like, and you know, it's like, wow, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of shitty that people were that way, right? But it's like, how do you like, and people are called like, they're like anti-Asian slurs. They're like, oh, just be a little Guido hunchback Mexican servant, right? Hey, come, you know, this is anti-Hispanic, anti-black, anti-women. They call her like, you just ugliest girl in school, and like, you know, people, you know, and that stuff is like, you know, that stuff is like really shitty. It makes people feel terrible. It perpetuates sexism and racism and ableism in the societies. But it's like, that is also the way that people were in that time. And like, we could just like, well, let's not ever have any of that. But then it's also like, that's, you know, it's not really honest. I don't know. To me, it's like, that's not you can't really deal with and examine the problems in the society to an extent unless you're actually looking at the problems, you know? If we just kind of like look away from the problems, we just pretend like everybody's all great now and we can all just live. I mean, there's important for, I think, for there to be positive depictions of, it's important for there to be positive depictions of what the way that we want the future to be that's better than the past, you know, that like that's part of Neofeud too, right? But it's also like, we still need to address, with cyberpunk is a great place to address to deal with the cautionary, to deal with the problems, to examine what's wrong, right, in a kind of speculative futuristic context, which is what Neofeud is, right? And so, you know, I mean, long story short, this is like a very long answer, but I mean, to you know, if you know, I definitely don't think that it's like, it's just great, we should just like have slurs all over the place, and that's like, no. I recognize that it is a problem. Like these are problematic stuff. I mean, people said, you know, Silver Spook, man, this character is very ableist, and, you know, like says these things that like are hurtful, and like, you are correct. Carl Carbon says and does very ableist things. Carl Carbon says and does sexist things. You know, people like that, you know, the, you know, WHORE word is used. I mean, this sexist things, this ableist, this classist things. You are, that's correct. You're not wrong, you know. I mean, and I don't think that these are good things, you know. But it's like, I know this is not really a good way, but I hope that this, like, if people like were like, wow, why did this character say that? Why did this character say this racist thing? Why did this character say this sexist thing? Why did this character say this ableist thing? It's not because like I want a society to be filled with that, and I think that's cool and that's okay. And I think that like it's not a big deal. No, I think like if it's people of color are like, you know, Silver Spook, hey, can you like not include that thing? I mean, that's a valid thing. And I'll be like, you know what? I will definitely like be like, maybe I won't include depictions of that in the future. I mean, if I could go back, if I knew all the reactions, I thought like maybe I should just like disinclude a lot of things, because I'm like, wow, that's an ableist thing to say, that's a racist thing to say, that's a sexist thing to say, you know, and I would consider that, you know. But I think we also have to be like more nuanced and think about like you know, it's you know, I mean, you know, it's just like a very long, difficult conversation. And a lot of it is, you know, I often bring up like there's things in my head, there's things inside of my head that are like, I always say I'm half stormtrooper, you know. I'm like, I grew up and lived in the ghetto, and I went to a bougie ass rich private school, and there's all kind of broken, capitalist, racist, like just trying to be a rich senator, powerful, all that stuff is all deeply problematic, right? Being trained to be a Goldman Sachs high frequency trading algorithm programmer, like being a capitalist, that mentality of like, how can I use my positionality to extract more labor value from everyone around me, and, you know, flip this, you know, a game? How can I like kind of like pretend to be a worker cooperative, but then like actually like underpay, lie and gaslight the artists, programmers, writers, and musicians to like take, you know, 10, 20, 90% of the wealth, but kind of like lead them astray, lead them along, right? Those thoughts that permeate those are all problematic, you know. And that's what we're, you know, again, like, it's like, I would not pretend to have all the answers, and I don't have all the solutions to all these things, but it's like, but it's also like, but to address those things too, right? To address the classism and the capitalism, right? Maybe 10, 20 years from now, it'll be like, wow, Neofeud, why does it have all this capitalist and classist depiction that, that's kind of deeply problematic. But not, right now, we're not really recognizing that. But I mean, maybe in the future, the way like, we didn't recognize like the R word as being like a huge, problematic thing till like, I mean, en masse, America was still using it everywhere. Nobody was canceled in the 90s and the noughties, right? It was a thing that everybody was saying. I remember when I was in school, everybody was saying all kind of horrible stuff, right? And now it's like, that's actually like, this is why we don't want to do that anymore. Maybe in 10 years, people will be like, actually, these things that we do in 2020, they're actually really fucked up. But we don't even know that yet because we're not there yet, And anyway, yeah, well, somebody says you grew up in the ghetto, went to a private school. Yeah, no, like the point of like, like with where is it? I have a long ass fucking threads about this thing. I go off for a long period of time about, my upbringing. I grew up in, it's basically the ghettos of, if you ever been to, have you ever been to Hawaii? Okay, yeah, but yeah, it's so, and so, it's like, if you've ever been to Hawaii, but I mean, maybe you haven't, right? There's a good chance. But in Hawaii, there's the area that I'm from is it's downtown Honolulu. It's an area where it's like the one, I mean, statistically, let me look at the exact, let me look at the exact statistics. Yeah, I mean, it's just terrible. The poverty, people, the poverty level is like 10-20%, and that doesn't even really count because it's like it's the area where disproportionately marginalized people, migrants, Filipino, people that are run away from or escaped or been human trafficked away from their fascist America colony of the Philippines, Honduran asylum seekers. We have Micronesians that are the Marshallese people alone. They make $6,000 per average. They make $6,000 per person. They live 16.5 to a house. Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders are shot 6 times more per capita than white people by the police. And a lot of them live in this area, Kalihi. It's a very impoverished area. The only reason why I could afford to go to a private school is because my father taught at the private school. I was the poorest, like, darkest kid at the school. We live in an area where, everybody grew up eating Spam and ramen for dinner. They lived 20 to a house. They had holes in their slippers if they had slippers. And we played Dodge the Rock, running to the forest. We played Dodge the Rock. You know why? Because they didn't have balls. We just throw. And if you came home and you didn't get your fucking nose broken, you didn't have a bloodied face, you won Dodge the Rock. And their parents beat the shit out of them every night. Their brothers beat the shit out of them every night. That's deeply problematic, and that's how the neighborhood was. And they literally had like, it was a 2-bedroom house, and they had like them, they had their siblings, they had their parents, and then they had their cousin, and then their aunt in like a 2-bedroom house, and there's like 20 people. Because that's what you can afford, and everybody working. Mom working, dad working, 13-year-old working, 17-year-old working, 18-year-old selling meth to pay for $3,000 a month for $4,000 a month for a 2-bedroom house. And and that's when my parents are broke ass teachers being paid. The only reason why they could even live at all is because they had some, they had like low income assistance basically. But they taught at a private school, so I got to go there for free. That's the only reason why I can kind of speak in the. If I didn't have the luxury of going to that private school, where I was the darkest person in the school, where people were showing up in fucking limos and Teslas and Porsches with their brand new phones, right? And I'm over there with no phone, broken phone, old shoes, and they'd be like, "Oh, look at you, poor brown person, freaking N-word." For fucking my entire existence, it was racism and classism. all day long, fucking 8 hours a day, every day for 12 fucking years. Oh, he's like, oh, stay away from him. Look at, he's the fat kid. Oh, look at, he's poor, fat, brown kid with all a bunch of thin, white, and Asian people. The children of billionaires. Literally, the CEO of eBay goes to school. His children go to school right across the street from the school. Rich ass fucking school. But my parents were like, well, if we don't take you to the school, all of the schools where the Native Hawaiians and the Pacific Islanders and the people of color go in colonized ass Honolulu, Hawaii, they know that it's like the kids get through the 4th grade and they can't even do fucking addition and multiplication. You know how I know that? Because I taught in a public school. And I had to help kids who were in their fucking 4th grade do their alphabet and like read like, you know, Spot the lazy dog jump over for decade while making starvation wages, right? That's why my parents, that dad taught there, not because they could afford it, but because that's the only way I could ever possibly get in. And I got in, it didn't matter. They said, well, you know, you're Hawaiian. Oh, well, you know, Hawaiians are a dead savage race. They don't even exist anymore. Here, do a coloring book. This is Hawaiiana classes. Here's a picture of a native Hawaiian village. They're all extinct now. And they were backwards voodoo doing, you know, witch doctors. You're all white now. We're all American now. You're all capitalist now. Do this little. That's social studies class. Literally, it's Hawaiian. It's called Hawaiiana class. You color in a picture of ancient Hawaiians in a little grass shack, a canoe, and then you learn about how Thomas Jefferson was the greatest man to have ever lived, and how he invented, you know, liberty, democracy, freedom. America did nothing wrong, and racism is over. And Martin Luther King gave "I Have a Dream" speech, and then the last racist white person shot his brains out, and then racism was done. That's what we learned in school. And now, get ready to go to Ivy League schools like Princeton, Harvard, MIT. And if you don't get in, you're a failure. And to me, for me, I was like, but I'm always just like the fucking brown, black, the dark kid at this school full of bougie ass rich white people and Asian people. Or the rich Asian people. A lot of all the just generic Asian people, particularly in the mainland United States, you get horrible racism against them as well. But I'm talking about like the people who could afford $20,000 a year tuitions, you know, or you know, private school tuition. No, yeah, it's like it was an exclusive school, and that was fucking. And then I would wake up in cyberpunk times. I wake up in the ghetto, wake up in the slum sprawl, wake up in the fucking hell, and then go to the Hamptons, you know, gated community in Greenwich, Connecticut, or Orange County, full of douchebags, who I had like basically no. I had like one friend. My one friend that I had for much of my upbringing, when I was being isolated, like not played with, being fucking called names all day long, every fucking day. Fucking fast shit, you know, like the people like, I'll be like, hey everybody, who wants to play? And they all be like walking off diagonal, like, look at that poor brown kid. Look at that fucking kid. His crack phone, what a fucking loser. Every fucking day for 12 years of my life. You know, I got, you know, hey, you got family in Hawaii? Ask your family where Kalihi is. I bet you didn't know where that is. No, I'll be like, oh, you're from Kalihi? You're from Kalihi? Oh, you're from, oh my God. I remember when I was like working full-time as a STEM teacher trying to help people of color. You know, like that's the thing that people do. They like to talk about doing it, but they don't fucking do it. You know, actually fucking trying to educate and like help kids, like fuck, let's read some Malcolm X instead of reading the curriculum that is white fragility. Let's read some Malcolm X, and let's stop listening to Kanye fucking West. Let's stop listening to reactionary Hollywood capitalist gangster rap shit. Let's stop watching Tyler Perry. Let's fucking like examine how we're fucking chained by racism and colonialism. You know, when I was trying to do that for fucking $12 an hour, $15 an hour, which is like not even close to enough to living in a fucking van, you know, while I was doing that stuff that people talk about doing and then fucking get pissed off and fucking put a hashtag Black Lives Matter in their fucking Twitter bio and then don't do, you know, while I was doing that stuff, it was you know, it was like trying to undo as much as I could, like with all, and I, you know, I'm not like I said, like I'm not fucking like a perfect. Nobody is a perfect person, but you know, I'm like I still had all kind of other stuff. I had barely even recognized the fact of colonialism in Hawaii for like decades and decades and decades of my life, or like two and a half decades, you know. And like while I'm doing all that stuff, you know, it was, you know, Neofeud was made while we were fucking basically homeless. Like, we don't have no money. You know, I walked to work to try to stop kids from fucking going to prison for the rest of their fucking life, making Amazon vegan and non-vegan cheese in your fucking prisons. You know? Well, I walked to my fucking, because the car broke down. The landlord was like, your car, your 20-year-old fucking, your 20-30-year-old Toyota Corolla, well, Toyotas last longer. Your car is leaking oil and gasoline all over our beautiful apartment complex. It's not beautiful. It's a fucking slum pit that costs $2,000 a month now. The median cost of housing we're in is $2,000 for a one-bedroom. The average in the area that I'm from, you want a nice one, you're gonna pay $3,000. You're gonna go out to Hawaii Kai, you're gonna go to Kahala, you're gonna go down that side, you know, you pay $3,000, you know. And so, you know, it's like yeah, I forgot what was going on, but you know, but long story short, it's like and that was it was a terrible you know, it was a terrible fucking experience, you know. And like that experience of being that kid, and then, you know, and then I graduate from this private ass school and be like, okay, what am I gonna do now? Trying to get jobs, and it's like, well, you still count as 3/5 of a human being because you're a native Hawaiian. Or you know, oh well, you don't want to immediately kowtow. You're not white. You don't want to kowtow to whiteness. You don't want to part your hair this way. You don't want to do this and that. Well, why don't you just go be a fucking teacher? You don't want to like do horrible things. You don't want to be a Goldman Sachs high frequency trading algorithm programmer, fucking literally taking people's pension funds and collateralized debt obligations, and you know, a $15, you know, taking a waitress making $7 an hour, getting a loan for you know, $1.2 million mansion in the subprime mortgage crisis run up of the no income, no jobs, no assets. You don't want to take that loan, put it into a regional bank, or repackage that into a New York bank. This is what I was studying to be. It was a Goldman Sachs fucking banker. And then sell that into nurses and firefighters and teachers' pension funds. Teachers like your parents' pension funds. You don't want to do that? Well, we're not going to give you any money. Here, you can live homeless as a social. You want to do something good with your life? Fucking be a homeless bum. You want to help people of color? You want to help people? Go be a fucking homeless bum in the ghetto, and try not to get shot by your fucking students. Try not to get fucking knifed. Try not to get the meth heads coming in to your apartment with your 3-year-old in the hallway while they like misplacing themselves. Because I don't know if you know this about methamphetamine. It causes you to have hallucinations and you forget who you are or where you are. And meth heads will walk into our apartment with my 3-year-old, because we're living in a 1-bedroom. That's the only place we could afford when I'm working full time. When we had a house and we weren't literally fucking homeless. Going like punching the air and be like, hey, who are you fucking? And I'm like, was this guy gonna? My 3-year-old's in the hallway and luckily I was home at that time. And I was like, shit, is he, you know? And I had to like walk in and kind of like the guy is like hallucinating, like just fighting the air. And I'm like, is he gonna do something? Is he gonna do something violent? I hope I don't have to push this guy off of this balcony, you know, or just like shove him out of the house, slam the door. But the guy, you know, and like, you know, it's like I would love to have not done that, but. To try to, if you want to actually fucking help people in the United, at least in that time, in the United States, you know, and certainly to this day, you're gonna pay you enough to be fucking homeless and feel terrible because you can't feed your family like nutritious food because you can't fucking afford it, you know. And my dad, you know, and part of it is like, you know, we could have, you know, at one point we did eventually move in with my parents. We moved back into their place into a 7x9 foot fucking coffin, basically. With the kids and us and the kids sleeping on top of each other. Well, my dad was always like, you gotta get out of this house, you gotta get your own place, son, because that's what, when we grow up, we have to become the man of the house, which is its own that's its own problematic shit right there. You have to be a man, and you have to, you know, when I was your age, I moved out, blah blah blah, and we have to get our own. No, you didn't, you know. Anyways,
you have to get your own place and live on your own, and blah blah. And I'm like, okay, we'll try our best. And like, you know, I mean, it was either like living in a van, living in this tiny little 1-bedroom. You know, again, you know where Dwayne The Rock Johnson grew up? The Kalihi Palama. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is another person of color who he was his members of his family were wrestlers in the downtown part of this area that I worked in. The same while The Rock was living in this area, the very impoverished area, Mayor Rights Housing. If you ever been to Hawaii, that's the area where they have they had no hot water for like years and years. They had like bed bugs and just like they had a grant for like $100 million to fix up this place for some rich European, because it was declared a humanitarian crisis. Like Hawaii has been declared like humanitarian crisis because we had thousands and thousands of huge tent cities. The UN got involved, and it was very embarrassing. And a lot of people who lived there also lived in and out of Mayor Rights Housing. There's all the same kind of area of downtown Honolulu where the tour buses don't take you. And the same 7-Eleven where Dwayne Johnson used to rip off Snickers and Milky Ways, he admitted this. And later on he said, every time I go back to that area of Kalihi Palama, I will go back and buy a bunch of Snickers and candy bars because I feel bad when I was stealing all the candy, because that's what we were doing because we don't have no money. And also everyone else was, you know, that's a problematic thing to be, you know, just be going around ripping off stores. I mean, you know, it's like maybe we shouldn't just be stealing stuff, but it's also like, I mean, we don't have any money because we're fucking broke, impoverished ass people of color. And I used to buy like before I go to class, when I was walking or taking a bike because I couldn't afford to have a fucking car to drive, I was walking 3 miles or taking a bike. I got in a little bit better shape, but I would buy like Rockstar Red Bull or, you know, Rockstar Silver Ice or something to stay awake when I'm in a classroom with 40 homeless children. I would stop at that same 7-Eleven. It's the same area. And like, you know, and I mean, yeah, so I mean that whole time while living in that downtown part of Kalihi, right, with the Hawaiian, Micronesian, Filipino, you know, Asian, Chinese friends, well, mostly it was like Hawaiian, Micronesian, Filipino, Samoan, Tongan, you know, a lot of them in gangs, you know. But then I would go to school in this like bougie ass rich white area, and they all fucking hated me there. Or they just thought I was a nothing. I was like a non-person there. I had like, you know, it was like, I don't know, that all the rage that comes through in Neofeud and on these streams, a lot of it is that whole 12 years of my life. And then the rest of my life trying to do something good, watching people like selling American billionaire, London billionaire, Russian oligarch billionaire, German billionaire real estate, you know, bidding up the price of all of the luxury condos, the vertical polarized glass, steel, and concrete vaults that are all of Hawaii's fucking real estate. Larry fucking Ellison owns a $330 million of one of our entire islands, and I'm watching my classmates who got out. They're the ones who do have a nice penthouse flat or a house or something. Not that many of them. They're all like the descendants of literal neo-feudal plantation owners, the descendants of the property elite that are like selling off. They're selling off to you know, Saudi F-35 purchasers. $2 million a unit condos that remain empty. They're 90% empty. You can tell because you drive through Kaka'ako. You know Hawaii. Let's talk about Hawaii. Drive through downtown Kaka'ako. Drive through downtown Honolulu. You see all these formerly affordable housing condominiums, right? Full empty as fuck. You got no lights out at night, and there's no lights on. Only the top floors. And then you got all these homeless people all over the street with these completely empty structures, you know, fucking trying not to get swept by the police who come through, right? Motherfucker, I worked with homeless people for 10 years. I was a homeless people. Let me tell you what it's like to be homeless. You know what it's like to be homeless? It's like being out on the street, trying not to get fucking stabbed by another person because you're in a dispute. You looked at them wrong. They're fighting over fucking food. Somebody's on too much meth tonight. Somebody did some meth cross with some crack. Or the cops come down, they're like, you know what, today is time to round up all the Hawaiians and the Pacific Islanders and all the people who have all this problematic shit in their head because they're dealing with all of America's reactionary gangster rap media,
It's time to round them all up and send them off into a bus, into Halava prison, into an out-of-state Arizona prison, so they can all mechanically separate Tyson's fucking chicken nuggets for Americans, or fucking do all of your fucking stamping of all of your license plates for the rest of their fucking lives. That's what time it is. It's time to fucking clean up all these brown people off of our street. That's what it's like. Homelessness is like sitting around waiting to go to fucking slavery for the rest of your life. If you survive that process, it's waiting to fucking die of an OD. If you fucking survive that process, it's living in a tent with your one laptop, 10-year-old Dell, maybe a cell phone that you can like try to get a job, try to get a social security number, try to get your birth certificate with that you don't have access to. You send in the fucking application, and then the application comes back. 6 months later, if you're lucky, you can finally get a job. Once you get a job, the cops come through at 2 a.m. in the morning. They plan it out so that everybody is taken at a surprise. Collect all of your whatever meager bike. You have a bike to get to work because you can't afford a fucking car. You got a tent, your children's clothes, your toothpaste that you're living in a tent on the street with, underneath 90% unoccupied $2 million a unit fucking condos. Take all of your stuff, throw it into a dumpster. Take your social security, your ID cards, your birth certificate that you just finally got. Throw it in after a year and a half, or however long it took you to get it. They ain't fucking in a rush. Throw it in the cops pick up all your stuff, throw it in a dumpster, trash compacted. Technically, that's illegal. It's illegal for the government to capture and then destroy property. They can tow your car, they can take it, but they can't destroy it. They have to allow you to get it back. It was actually federal and international law investigated this process. They found this whole thing was illegal, these sweeps. Destroying people's property, destroying their bikes, everything that they own. After work, again, homeless, I'm not talking about just homeless on the street because I had a bender, not like homeless on the street even because I'm a Vietnam, Iraq war veteran, which is also terrible. Homeless on the street because while working full time at a Jiffy Lube. I had a family specifically. They were like, I forget. It was like Filipino, Hawaiian, Chinese, something like that. They were like living from Aiea. Hey, you know Hawaii? You know where Aiea is? Yeah, they're like countless other people from Aiea, where domestic abuse, violence, poverty, homelessness, and disproportionate unhousedness, drugs is rampant. They got kicked. They got into an argument with their family because again, you're living 20 to a house. You got mom, dad, 4 or 5 children, all, and the cousin, auntie, niece, uncle, all living in a fucking 2-bedroom house next to the meth lab above the fucking highway, surrounded by fucking tent city, fighting over the bedrooms. Who's coming home? How come you double park me with your 30-year-old Toyota? Hey, why you double park me, huh? Hey, stop bringing this cooking meth in my. You gotta stop cooking meth in the goddamn tub, okay? We only got one tub. You gotta stop cooking that stuff up, okay? I don't want it around my 3-year-old. People get into a fight with their own family members. Then you're out on the street, right? You know, people get into a fist fight. That's why, like I said, I had kids who like beat up. They would like bloody, or some of them would like stab their own family members, and then they're out. And then they're in a homeless shelter where I had students be like, Mr. Chris, can you help me? I don't know where to put from my address because I live in a homeless shelter. And now I moved out because I got raped there. In the homeless shelter. Multiple times. I was sexually assaulted multiple times in the homeless shelter. And now you're in a homeless shelter. If you're not in a homeless shelter, you're on the street. Now you're on the street with your so you, your wife, your partner on the street. You got 6-year-old, 10-year-old, 12-year-old. They were living on the street. You know where Kakako is? You know where where Palama is? You know where Kapalama Canal is? Living on that fucking street. That's literally where Neofeud's characters. Let me show you a picture of the street where I fucking work. Let me show you a picture of the street. This is just the Neofeud trip. This is where I work, okay? You could come down and you could well, now I don't know Honolulu, I don't know how it is now. But when I was there, this is like there's a scene, like let me see if I can get the picture of Neofeud. There's scenes of Neofeud it's literally just taken straight from the tent city. Let me see here. Downtown. You know, like, and this is Neofeud too. That's why Neofeud is full of fucking homeless people. Hey, I'm telling you. Hey, while I'm saying it sucks to be homeless, you know what homeless? You know what sucks? You know homeless people? Hey, they're really nasty to be around. I mean, not just Journey, but I'm just saying, like, not because it's their fault. It's because why? Because a lot of them they're depressed, they're pissed off, they're like fuck. They're like they don't know how to form their sentences very proper, you know, because they're like haven't slept very well. You know, and the racist thing is depicting like Britain and America have all these shows like making fun of chavs, like, oh, like, look, lifestyles of the losers and homeless, where they just make fun of all the homeless people. And Neofeud is like, part of it is like trying to give fucking homeless people some goddamn visibility. Because when the fuck did you ever see a cyberpunk game that fucking centers around the homeless people? That are also disproportionately people of color. I'm trying to find the goddamn coastline, but I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, they smell like piss because they don't have a fucking bathroom to piss in. They you know, they can't hold the urine in because they have disabilities and they got nowhere to fucking shower. Have you ever had like never had a shower for 6 months? You ever done that? Makes you smell like shit. I mean, and then what? You can have the society come laugh at them. And they go, oh, you're problematic because you said a bad word while you were fucking homeless. Why do you smell so terrible? Why do you smell so terrible? People, whenever I come into my office, I had fucking holes in my shoes, and people in the office be like, Chris, now this is a downtown Honolulu office. This is the Thurston building, okay? Some white ass colonizer building his family owns real estate here. It is inappropriate for you to have, how should we say this in a very polite but still classist, racist way? It's improper for you to have perforated footwear in our nice office filled with lawyers and accountants. Okay? So, while you're doing social work, making enough to live in your fucking van with your family, could you please, like, take whatever discretionary money that you have and buy brand new shoes? Because it's embarrassing for us to pay you to go be surrounded by the impoverished peoples of Honolulu, Hawaii for 8 hours a day or more, 7 days a week. And while we put you with those future wannabe Kanye West who are going to go prison for the rest of their life, pulling their guns out in your class, when you're surrounded by people that are on the street fucking pissing in their own shoes, if they have them, trying to help them not be homeless. While you are out there doing that, can you take a moment with whatever fucking $10 you have left over that didn't go to ramen this week, Top Ramen? Can you take whatever money you have left over and buy some brand new fucking $200 shoes so you don't embarrass the lawyers, accountants, and descendants of white colonizers who have fucking MBAs from Columbia University who are making 10 times more than you, sitting around at this non-profit, pushing Excel spreadsheets around, going to fancy fucking golf course, gala balls, talking about how we're helping the Hawaiians while you, native Hawaiian, fucking person of color, are out there in the streets. Can you like buy $200 shoes so you don't make us look gross? Because you're kind of stinky. You're kind of gross. You're kind of, you know, like in Parasite. Oh, what's a smell? Like, what's that coffee on your shirt? Like, can you like buy a new shirt on the way to work? I'm like, I can't afford a fucking new shirt. I got an old thrifted ass shirt. I'm sorry, it's a thrifted ass shirt. That's all you pay people who fucking do anything in your society. You fucking capitalist, white supremacist piece of shit. Anyway. Try to find the goddamn picture. Can I open the picture? Sorry, the more I think about this, the more pissed off I get. So, like in Neofeud, where you have all these, you know, the downtown, this image, this downtown Coastlandia, with all the homeless people living in a tent, embarrassing all of the bureaucrats who have to wade through all these stinky little homeless people. Embarrassing, like I was one of those people, embarrassing all the rich white people with my brown impoverishedness. I mean, that's what fucking a lot of good that private school fucking degree did. A lot of fucking good that did. A lot of fucking good that did. When you're walking through these areas, you know, in Neofeud, this is based on the area that I worked in. When I say Neofeud is my experiences, Neofeud is my fucking experience. This is based on this area where I worked. Hey, when you come to Hawaii, you ever get the tour bus ever take you to? Oh, and here is our welcome to Hawaii. Have an idyllic paradise and have a pina colada and enjoy some beautiful exotic hula dancers. You know, watch the dolphins while you sit from a beautiful Navatech, you know, ocean liner, right? Oh, and here is the ancient Hawaiian homeless village where you can watch all the people who actually serve all of your fucking Mai Tais, who do the fake dances, who clean all your blood and cum covered sheets in the hotels full of rape of the hotel staff. Oh, you just gotta take it and like it. And the hotel manager's like, oh, well, it's like, I mean, Mr. Brown is a very important. He's an accountant. These are very important, high-paying, patrons of our hotel. So, I mean, you probably asked for it, right? Female or femme presenting hotel staff worker, you asked for it. And also, if you try to ask for recourse for your rape while you were cleaning the bed sheets, vacuuming up underneath the very count bed sheets, vacuuming underneath his wife's Prada bag, and then he raped you while his wife was out. If you ask for recourse, well, you're just a little Filipino, you're just a little Hawaiian, you're just a little person of color, you're an Asian Pacific Islander, you're nothing. You what? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up before I deport you back to the shithole. Shut the fuck up before I send you back to your fucking broke ass shithole. No, you're gonna get raped. No, rape is endemic in Hawaii by white people, rich people, powerful people, people with money, people with any vector of hierarchical privilege over everyone else who works in the fucking hotels, which is where the majority of the industry is in hospitality, tourism, and that kind of shit. And they don't take you to the areas where those people actually live. Many people who do the serving, the food, dancing the hula, they live in tents. But and the people who live in those tents, you know what they say? A lot of them say the N-word. And it's like not the best thing. You know what a lot of them say? A lot of them say sexist things. You know what a lot of them say? They say like, motherfucker, get on my fucking face. Fuck you, I'll fucking cut your throat. You ever come up with? They say all kind of disgusting stuff. Not because like they are bad people. They say disgusting stuff because a lot of them don't have the luxury that I had of going, and that many of you had, of going to even mediocre, slightly functioning public school, and they don't have the luxury of not having a university education or access to digital technology that you have to learn about what's problematic and racist and these other things. You know what they don't? They don't have the luxury of getting on Twitter and Instagram and, being able to type things in because they're too busy trying to figure out how they're going to live tomorrow. Or this was 10 years ago and there was less access to that kind of stuff. You know what they don't have? You know what they don't have in that area? They don't have that shit. They're just too busy being poor, disenfranchised ass people, disproportionate people of color. And so when so Neofeud is like, I'm surrounded by these people. I'm surrounded by these people. I want to show what that's actually like because I don't see that depicted. I mean, yeah, sometimes in like movies when there's gangsters and gangster rap videos, all you see is a bunch of people getting a bunch of guns and bling and shooting guns, and then what you see are cops, people of color getting run down. Okay, Jamal, get down on your fucking ass. You're a fucking criminal because you got a hoodie on and you're black. Your skin's like a shade darker than macchiato. Okay, well, we got him. Bad boys. What you gonna do? I'm like, but most of people's life like that, they're not necessarily going around running around. Not that they don't do anything that is violent and they don't do zero crime, but I mean they're not constantly just committing crimes. B, the reason why they're committing, if they are committing some of these crimes, is not because they're evil people. They're just like, that's the life that they have, that's the experiences that they had. and they're doing what they have to do to survive, and it's not always a good thing. Like stealing from a fucking, nicking a pint of milk for your children, your 1-year-old to have milk. You don't want to be fucking nicking. You don't want to be stealing from the 7-Eleven necessarily. And then the cops come and blow you away, or they fucking lock you for the rest of your life. They don't want to do that necessarily, right? But it's like, that's what you gotta, that's the point of Neofeud, is that's what you gotta do to survive. So a lot of it is like, it's like trying to actually have, to have actual representation of the way that actual people's, impoverished, ghettoized people's life is, And homeless, what's a homeless person's life like? What's it like for somebody who's working class and also homeless or on the fringe of being homeless? That's something I don't see shit about. I didn't see much of it at all. I still don't see a lot of it. Because you know why? Because I mean, what American media, what Hollywood producer, what Netflix, what media producer is gonna take an entire Netflix original series budget and throw it into homeless people? Well, that doesn't help what we want to depict. We want to depict America as a place where anybody can make it, as a place of the American dream, as a place where people are moving up, as a place that's dealt with its racism, as a place that's dealt with its sexism, as a place that's all good now. But it ain't all good now. It could be better, but it ain't. So Neofeud is like, no, this ain't how it is, And but I mean, I wanted to show that, and the sentient services is because that's what it looks like. It looks like a bunch of people standing in line, waiting 3-4 hours to be told you're not a human being actually, because this little paperwork. Oh, well, you see your migration status is still going through 7 different layers. Oh, are you Chinese? Well, you don't count, because I mean we have a fucking Chinese Exclusion Act, and then we banned all immigration from that particular country. Oh, you're Filipino. Oh, well, I mean, we're not going to give it to you because this is what they don't tell you in the offices when you're doing immigration. We don't want to give you a citizenship because we still need to weaponize the fact that you are under the table, illegal immigrant, against you when you try to ask for an increased wage. Because if you ask for an increased wage, we'll just deport your ass. We'll put you in an ICE concentration camp. We'll just throw you into the dumpster. So, but that is how the blue cities and states work. All the fucking liberals get the servants that they need by keeping. I mean, that is. I mean, it's not because I want to help the right wing, far right talking points, but that is the weapon that the Democratic and blue run states use, is keeping everybody with the maximum leverage against the working class. And if you could be sent back, if you could be arrested, if you could be in big trouble, if they can throw you into ICE, they can throw you into the customs and border, if they can throw you into immigration hell, where they can literally cut your uterus out with eugenics doctors, like in Irving County in Georgia, where they extract the uteruses of Hispanic women by the Dr. Jekyll doctor, who's a white supremacist, literally overtly says, anyway, you're like, well, if I better just accept the $2 an hour, I should accept this white man who says he loves his wife, looks like a really nice guy, is a respectable executive at Tesla or at Apple, or a member of the Democratic Party of California, of New York, or of Hawaii, but he's also forcing himself onto me in the hotel room while I'm making the bed sheets. If I ask to have his rape of my body investigated, cops investigate less than 1% of rapes, but if I ask for even any kind of recourse against my ongoing violation as a hotel worker, as a under the table Filipino, Asian Pacific Islander, Hispanic migrant, if I ask for that, I could be in so much more trouble. I could lose everything. I could go into a deep dark hole. I could disappear forever. I could just be killed and nothing would be done. So I better accept. Anyway, so long story short, so the whole bureaucracy aspect of Neofeud, where everybody is jumping through all these hoops, and the government is making and breaking whether you get to be counted as a human being, is making and breaking whether the child that you are caring for, you mom and dad, or dad and dad, or mom and mom are caring for, gets to be ripped from the 5-year-old or the 3-year-old or the 12-year-old gets ripped from your arms, or you get to keep your child. They get to decide that. And social services is a system to commit genocide by taking all the indigenous Native Hawaiians or Sioux or other indigenous peoples That's a big part of what it does. Ripping them from their loving Hawaiian parents, giving them to a white family where they're abused, hurt, assaulted, and raped. Ask Law Sue about that. On the idea of kill the Indian, save the man, because these are all backwards, savage, and now disappeared, non-existent cultures. Hawaiians are all gone now. And so anybody who is left here, these are just broken future people who need to realize that they're Americans. And that's what the foster system was about. Like, I work with a lot of disproportionately Hawaiian kids were foster kids. And a lot of them underwent a lot of abuse. So they ghettoize the Hawaiians and they say, well, you see, look, they can't provide for their own people. Look, they can't, this is an unfit, this, collapsing studio has, asbestos in the wall. Never mind, it's the fucking landlord that put it there. This has a broken window. This, you are unable to provide healthy food for your child. Because of this, we're gonna because of the poverty that we, the colonizer, the white supremacist, capitalist American, and their collaborators put you into this impoverished situation. We are now going to take your children and put them with an abusive family to be utilized as a hamster for pharmaceutical companies, where they're gonna give you. Now the child just ripped from his parents' arms is acting out, is angry all the time. It's like, well, we're gonna give you some antidepressants. You're too sad, you're upset. We'll give you some antidepressants. We'll give you some Prozac. Oh, now you're like too hyperactive. Well, maybe it's because the kid is not doing very well in school now. He's acting out. He's eating too much, high fructose corn syrup because that's all we have in the fucking food desert. Oh, now we'll give him ADHD drugs. Oh, now he's kind of like going back and forth between, really happy and really sad, and maybe he's got bipolar disorder. I know. Let's give this indigenous foster child another fucking med, and then you have a stack and layer of 10 different meds. And then you can, so pharmaceutical companies can make big fucking bucket loads of money abusing the indigenous non-white peoples, and that's social work. That's the social services in the United States. A lot of it. Now there is work, I try my best. Social workers. If you do good in the United States to help impoverished people and marginalized people, it's you're going against the grain of your system, not because the system doesn't fucking give two shits. The system exists, and you know this now. Did you pay attention during Black Lives Matter 2020? It's to empower capital and to empower white supremacy. Anyways, so that scene is specifically about dealing with those actual circumstances. And everybody can also relate, because everybody does have to stand in line. Unless you're a billionaire, you can bribe your way out of standing in the DMV line. You got to stand in line if you want to get a license to drive, or your ID and that kind of stuff. So everybody can relate at least a little bit to that. But more of it, it's about the ways that every vector of that the power structure is used to oppress, to keep down, to impoverish, and for the benefit of the richer, the whiter, the maler of the society. Ideally that's what Neofeud is about, and that deals. And it's a game that is full of this horrific, people doing problematic things, saying problematic things, treating each other terribly, treating oppressed people, oppressing their fellow people. Because that's an important point. Proto J is an oppressed person. Proto J is an oppressed character in Neofeud, right? Carl Carbon is an oppressed person in Neofeud. He's literally living. He's my roof is a piece of corrugated polycarbon, sir, and it leaks. I barely count his house, and I have a job. And the boss is like, that's not my problem, Carbon. That's your problem. You figure out your financial situation, right? But Carl goes around and also as a worker, and he's also a person of color, and he's also half robot. He literally gets caught. Well, you're half robot. It's a metaphor for myself, because you went to a nice fancy school, but you're basically you're half Hawaiian. You talk white sometimes. Well, you're well spoken, but you're still you're half Hawaiian. So you should be grateful that we even give you this social work job. You freaking N-word. You should be grateful for that, right? And so, but even being those people that are oppressed. You can still have people that are enacting oppression on their own people because that's what you got. That because they're like, well, I mean, if I don't do this, how am I going to survive, right? That's why. And then now it gets painted as black on black crime, but it's like when people are in poverty, people have to deal and try to survive in a capitalist, racist world, right? They enact on each other in the ghettos that they live in. They enact on each other. The people that are in the closest proximity are the people that are attacked, are stolen from. Sometimes, get into scuffles and arguments and fights, and so you end up hurting the people closest to you, right? And it's not necessarily because black people. You know what I want to do is hurt some black people. This is when I'm in a neighborhood, and I'm like, we're in this gang activity. Our rival is another black gang in this area, right? And so, which is that's another important point that like often gets lost, and it's not like black people just like love hurting each other. It's like or people of color. Generally, brown people just love hurting. Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders in their neighborhood just love hurting each other, and that's why they should all be locked up. It's like they are doing a lot of these things because of the way that they have the failure of the society to give them what they need to survive. They're just never mind even food, obviously food, housing, shelter, but just like love, like anybody caring in their life, right? Because their parents have been abused and their parents are in prison. Now they don't have parents. They're with foster parents, right? That don't necessarily care about them. And they're just doing what they need to do to survive. And sometimes that means committing violence against people that are in their proximity. And that's other people. And also, it's like, and literally there's like gated communities and there's security guards all around, like, and you can't even get access to a lot of the richer, whiter areas because of all these, and so it's anyway, I could go on this for a long time, but this is all kind of like, this is all what Neofeud is trying to deal with, and anyways, it's let me come back to the actual topic. I completely forgot what the topic was. It is important because that, like, we're talking about hierarchical structures. This is all dealing with. This all ultimately does come back to the topic. And Neofeud deals with artificial intelligence, artificially intelligent, sentient robots, and what would that be like, right? And artificial intelligent, sentient robot. And part of it is like my thing is like the synopsis that I put out there for Neofeud, right, is that if humanity were to invent an artificial intelligent sentient race, sentient robots might arrive, but not as Skynet, Terminator overlords, right? Not as HAL 9000, not as even an upgrade like super intelligent machines that are just trying to take over the world. They might not arrive at, or singularity saviors. They're not the girlfriend that breaks up with you. They might not just arrive as people that have come out of, or machines that are going to enable, technological superabundance and cure our cure. I mean, the singularitarians who I dealt with a lot because I was like studying, like, and I was in computer science and in cognitive science. I was gonna go for cognitive computing, potentially. Good thing I didn't, because otherwise I would be making $9 an hour, which is what the artificial intelligence programmers at Boeing's corporation, who make 737s, Supermaxes that crash to this day. That's what the artificial intelligence workers actually make, some of them. But anyways, if we were to create sentient artificial intelligence, Neofeud postulates, what if they don't arrive as saviors or or exterminators, but as humanity's unwanted bastard children, right? And a few are quote unquote geniuses who have like super advanced minds, who design flying cars, beat cancer, invent teleportation, but millions of defective prototypes for a lot of factories classified as mentally challenged, motivationally challenged, criminally inclined, painted with a broad brush as being criminals and/or terrorists, legally conscious but struggling to find work. The defectives are shuffled through a public housing and welfare assistance, straining the already overburdened back of a meager social safety net. The robots who don't end up in prison are dumped as a last resort into a massive landfill known as the pile. Humans engage in a perfection of their species, or at least the powerful and well-connected, genetically engineering children with human and animal DNA. The failed eugenics experiment Franken people are discarded into the pile as well. The new dynasties, the Neofeudal lords, live in towering neon glass castles, shuttle around in pristine nanotech-enabled pods, minds and bodies full of cyborgs, spending most of their time taking selfies and optimizing their monetization schemes. A race of supermen concerned only with their own status, their own prestige, their own success. This is what Hawaii is like. It's being surrounded by the richest, whitest people, like Mark Zuckerberg, who now lives here, who has 700 acres of Kauai, who is currently kicking Native Hawaiians off of their land by suing the state of Hawaii to forcibly remove Hawaiians from their ancestral fishing, gathering, medicinal grounds, so that he can have his own personal beachfront property of Hawaii, which is illegal to take. Actually, it's illegal in Hawaii to take land. It's illegal to bar people from any section of the beach. But Mark Zuckerberg is circumventing Hawaiian laws with his money, literal neo-feudalism, so that he can kick Hawaiians off of his beautiful beach for billionaire Mark Zuckerberg's only, apparently, and his friends. To have his beachfront parties with him, Larry Ellison, and Dave Chappelle, and Elon Musk unmasked together, apparently. And all of his police that he benefits from beating up of unionizers, beating up of workers, and beating up of people of color, including specifically in Hawaii. A race of supermen concerned only with their own status, their own prestige, their own success, where machines have become all too flawed and human people have become flawless, perfect, cold machines. Carl Carbon is an ex-cop dishonorably discharged from Coastline PD for disobeying an order to shoot an unarmed sentient humanoid. Carl is exiled to the pile as a lowly social worker. There he counsels gangbanging foster kid robots and confiscates chimera children from deadbeat, half-full parents. So one day, a case goes horribly sideways and Carl is drawn into a sordid conspiracy that could threaten the strained fabric of human-robot hybrid civilization or save it. Anyway, so the premise of Neofeud, right, is because some people said, well, like Neofeud, when science fiction is used as like a metaphor for the suffering of people of color, it can be shitty. Like in Detroit Become Human, full disclosure, I didn't fully play that whole game. I've seen a lot of it, but I haven't played the whole thing. But it is a rich white guy with a it's a big ass corporate studio, from what I understand, it's trying to do the civil rights movement through the lens of cyberpunk and oppressed robots as a metaphor for oppressed people of color. It's not really done in the best way. And I'm not saying that, Neofeud is 100% like has zero problems. I mean, definitely things that I'm like, I don't know if I should have included that. Including a lot of the ways that Protege talks, If nothing else, because a lot of people just like wouldn't even play it because they just turned off by how he grates just in general, because he says a lot of things that to a lot of people were really annoying. I find it interesting. Some people really liked Princess Sybil, or were okay with Princess Sybil but hated Protege. Some people were okay with Protege but hated Princess Sybil. And like a lot of people who liked Protege were people of color. They were like, wow, I like this character because he's saying true things. Like, I mean, I don't like everything that he says, and he says some things that are kind of not the best, but like, I mean, this is like how it is in my neighborhood. I feel like this is like a legitimate actual character who goes through an arc of being a kind of disowned, fatherless child who was discarded by his father. Like my dad was some egghead at some giant mega corporation, some top of the class scientist, and mom was $6 billion that they gave him. That's why I'm the $6 billion baller. But I don't know who they are, because they took me, they made me in this giant corporation, and they discarded me. They threw me out from that fancy ass corporate ecology. They dumped me into a literal landfill. So I had to survive with no friends, no education, no parents, no resources, and I got beat to blue screen for looking at some cops funny, and my school was a fucking myth lab. So what do you come and talk to me? That's the host. There's that scene where Protege is talking to Carl. That is what my students have told me to my face. Hey, what you gonna help me out, social worker? Well, you Mr. T, you gonna rehabilitate some poor kids in the ghetto? You gonna help me out? Fuck you, you can't help me. I made my own fortune. I'm blooded. Look, you see this? You see these colors? You see that money? You see this? You see that bling I got? You see this? I don't need your help. I don't need your unproblematic shit. I don't need you're gonna fix me up. I don't need your science, technology, engineering, and math. I don't need your Lego robotics competition courses. I don't need no motherfucking, motherfucking, I don't need no motherfucking, Lego. I don't need no motherfucking, or motherfucking, microscopes. I don't know how to learn how to read and write. What the fuck I gotta read and write for? All I need to know how to write is got strapped, got bagged, fucking rolling in them fucking 100 bands. That's all I need to write on my fucking, on my, social media. I'm hot shit. I'm a good rapper. I don't need you. I don't need you, surrogate daddy. Nobody did shit for me. I grew up in this ghetto. I raised myself. My parents fucking ended themselves in prison because they're losers. My dad was a fucking drug addict. My mom wasn't there for me. Fuck you. That's what my kids will tell me. You ever tried teaching kids who could use help, but you don't know how to help them? You're trying your best. They are self-destructing, but it seems like it's doing good. You ever tried to help anyone who doesn't want to do what you want? Even if you know that maybe in the long run it's for the betterment. You ever been a parent? Not even a parent to a fucking literal fucking drug dealer. They don't want your help. They fucking spit in your face. They sometimes rip you off. They don't show up. They threaten you. You ever tried doing that? Proto-J's character and the way that he interacts with Carl Carbon, there's a scene in Neofeud where Proto-J tells Carl Carbon, wait, what the fuck is it? And Carl Carbon's like, there's a scene where Proto-J is like, Carl's like, holy shit, you're the kingpin of the Chrome Boys, the biggest humanoid gang in Dickinson. I was convinced you were just a little delinquent teenager. No offense. And he's like, come on, kid, you're what, 16? You can't be serious. You have your whole life ahead of you. What are you doing hanging around with these criminals? And then it's like one of my students, Proto-J, is like, my whole life ahead of me? Who the fuck you think you is, Mr. T? Don't do drugs, stay in school, little Johnny? Bitch, I tried to straighten out going to school bullshit. My school's a fucking myth lab, and the last day I went, I got beat to blue screen by a couple of species of cops for looking at it funny. Even I finished school, what I gonna do, huh? Be a two-legged Roomba, a janitor in some rich human sky castle somewhere? No human gonna hire a conscious robot. Like, that is, obviously they're not robots, but that is what they would say. They're like, what the fuck? Why am I gonna go to school so I can work at McDonald's? Well, I'm gonna go to school so I can what? Fucking clean hotels and be abused? Well, I'm gonna fucking finish school so what? So I can be a social worker like you? Living in a van? What the fuck would I finish school? I ask myself that sometimes, like, why the fuck would you finish school? You're just gonna be fucked anyway. And then it's like, well, I mean, if you get out of this life, you're doing okay now, but I mean, longer run, you probably gonna end up like your mommy and daddy in prison, dead, shot by cops, shot by your fucking fellow people of color. Fuck you, I ain't never gonna get shot. You know why? Cause I whip my Desertese out, they's all like, peace out. I listen to Kanye, I know how this goes. I'm the baddest motherfucker. All you gotta do is just act bad, have a bunch of guns, and just talk shit and rap good. That's how I'm gonna make it. And then they say misogynist and stuff, like all that kind of stuff. It's like, that's how the characters' lines are like straight out of like what? Not straight out of Compton, straight out of fucking Kali. There's t-shirts. You go to Kali, you're gonna see that there were when Straight Outta Compton came out, everybody was wearing Straight Outta Kali, Straight Outta Waianae, Straight Outta fucking Pololo. You know, you've been to Hawaii? You know where fucking ghetto is? You know how I can tell? Because whenever I tried to sell, when I was broke as fuck, when I got my 40 hours STEM teaching and when I was teaching, 16 to 21 year old dropouts, trying to get them from 20-year-olds unable to, to do single digit addition and receive spot run, trying to get them up to able to do just 7th grade math, right? Long division and maybe some fractions, right? Just enough to, go, okay, if I have a packet of 8 hot dogs and it costs $2, is that better than 12 hot dogs for 3? Or 12 hot dogs for 4, and just to get them to basic survival skill math, because public schools in Hawaii, where the people of color go, do not fucking teach you to a level where you learn basic math. If they teach anything, they teach you a lot of history and social studies where you learn about how great America is. That's what you learn. But when I was teaching those classes, and I got my hours dropped from 40 to 1 hour, so I was literally doing everything short of selling meth because I knew that was a terrible thing to do, and it would end me up in prison, and it would hurt my family, it would hurt my community. So I didn't sell meth or do drugs or anything illegal. I've never done anything illegal in my life because that would be a term of service violation for the giant surveillance capitalist platform that we may be using the Death Star satellites of right now. When I was working there, while I was working there, they dropped my hours way down. They said, "Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm sorry, we're working 1 hour a week." And I had a 1-year-old, I had a newborn was coming. This is one of the most stressful times in my entire life. Was when I got a lot of these gray hairs, you see, come out of that time. Holly and I, we were about to have our first kid. We were going from like, the equivalent nowadays, like at that time it was like 900. We're going from 700 to 900 a month, but nowadays that's the same place where it's 1,500 a month. For again, so 1,500 to 2,000. One bedroom next to the meth lab. I mean, literally meth lab. I'm not. That's not hyperbolic. And I mean, do you know where Licky Highway? You ever been to Hawaii? Licky fucking Highway. You know the housing, right? Camp 4 housing, right across the street. You ever been to Kuhio Park Terrace? Right across the street, right down there. You know this part because they don't take no fucking military $8,000 cost of living officers. People show up in Hawaii. Oh, I'm from Hawaii. Where did you live? Fort Shafter? Where did you live? Wheeler? Where did you live? Navy base? Air Force base? Marine? What? Kaneohe Marine Corps? You didn't live in fucking Hawaii. You lived in an American stormtrooper plantation. You don't know shit. Where did you live? Kahala? Where's your family from? Where your fucking family from? Kahala? Waianae? Waianae? Kahala, Hawaii Kai, where they live. They don't take nobody to Kali. That's where the servants live. That's where I'm gonna hold your fucking documents until, and you try to unionize, I'm gonna fucking deport you back. We're gonna disappear you, or in at best, we're gonna call ICE. That's where they live. Where you fucking live? Where your family live? If somebody's gonna be there like, oh yeah, I know about Hawaii. Where the fuck you from? In Kalihi, where I was living, where we were living, and we were cut the hours all the way down. I did everything short of selling meth because I knew there was already too much meth. I had a neighbor who was a chef working in Waikiki with fucking like his hands falling apart. He was doing pot and meth. The meth probably not helping him. Everybody, most people that I work with, you ever go, one thing is, you ever seen an MRI of somebody who's done a lot of meth, and then you see an MRI of a healthy brain? The brain that has, the brain on meth, you see, it looks like a very, a bright blue and green, the healthy brain is like a bright blue and green, the neocortex, the rear, I study some, cognitive science, but never get a job in that because, they don't even pay fucking college professors, let alone people of color in the goddamn ghetto enough to live. The brain, the healthy brain, is like blue and green, mostly across it with maybe a spot of yellow and red here, like, areas of the brain that are not fully active. You look at somebody with meth, it's all red and yellow holes, like literal black holes of chemically induced self-cannibalizations of one's mind due to the knock-on neurological impacts of the amphetamine, and it causes extreme anger management problems. We got somebody nearby here who has that. Everybody I was around in this area, they all had some level of meth damage to the brain. I mean, not everybody. There's so many people. It causes you have extreme inability to control anger and rage. You forget things. You have like you can split personality. If impacts, like this is one of a range of damage that meth can cause. Oh, you can also just die from taking a little too much. You take it at one time and it just kills you. And I was like, I don't want to propagate that to the society. You can make more money doing that than working at a 7-Eleven, working in these fake plastic hula, Polynesian Cultural Center, or any of these luau's where we do fake plastic versions of our sacred culture for $7-10 an hour minimum wage. And I did, and we could, and I was like, you can make more money selling these drugs, but it's terrible. And also, you're probably gonna get caught eventually, sooner or later. And if not, you're just gonna feel, you feel terrible about yourself for doing these things. But it's not things that people like go, you know what I want to do? That's a big, it's like, you know, Proto J, he's like, you know, when I grow up, you know what I want to do? I want to like pollute my community, damage all their brains, cause knock on permanent brain fog, anger manager problems, disassociation, and other like just extreme problems that cause abuse of people in my neighborhood. You know, it's not what people think, but that is what can happen. That's what does happen. When you allow crack and meth and those kind of drugs, which is what the FBI, CIA, and the power structures of the United States and imperial powers and white supremacy intentionally propagate, because it does cause all of these knock-on problems. And then you can commit a very clean, optically, very unproblematic genocide. Oh well, we were just arresting criminals. They were all just hurting themselves. They're just look how abusive they are. Look, they're all crackheads and meth heads. Round up all the black people. Round up everyone who doesn't kill each other in the ghetto. We drop a bunch of crack. Give them no opportunities, give them no education, and give them a bunch of gangster rap. Encourage them to become criminals. Well, look, we're just the ones who didn't shoot each other in the gang wars. Well, we just round up the rest of them, throw them in prison because they all deserve it, right? It's a very clean genocide. You can wipe out entire people of color's communities in the ghettos by just propagating drugs, propagating just like reactionary gangsta, or you know, just anything that just pushes get yours, screw everyone else sort of ideology that is very cool and seductive to those people. And then and then the rest of the society goes, look at how problematic they are. Look at these people, right? Hawaiians, like literally, there was a Republican local county representative here who ran on, I don't want to pay any more taxes I don't want to pay any more of my tax-paying dollars to go to some Hawaiian crack babies and helping their moms. They literally ran on that. And meth babies, right? And you propagate it. Anyway, so while I was teaching full-time, getting my hours and working with these kids full-time with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's cousins, who's 6'8". I had a kid, like his name was I shouldn't say what his name is, but you know, there was a kid. He was a Samoan. He was 6 foot. He was bigger than The Rock, not quite as ripped. He was a huge kid. He was like, you know, closer to 7 feet. Samoan. He was 20 years old. He was constantly falling asleep because his parents beat his father and his family beat the shit out of him. Like cracked him in the head. He was a huge guy, but his dad would beat that is a knock-on impact of colonialism, because Hawaiians and a lot of Pacific Islanders didn't beat their children until the colonizer, a Christian, child beating. You ever been to a neocon area of the United States? But this deep structure of beating the devil out of the child, which is in a lot of Western, particularly Christian methods of child rearing, that was brought in. Anyway, so he got the shit beat out of him. He was like often like falling asleep, but he also was constantly getting into fights. He was getting into gang wars. Like he would get in with Micronesian gangs in the neighborhood. He would talk about like, oh yeah, I got on this bus one time and there's these 3 Micronesian kids. They were sitting in my seat, and I said, you get out of my seat. And then the 3 of them stood up. One of them pulled a knife out, tried to stab me on the bus. Well, this guy, they were a lot smaller than him. He got stabbed in the arm, and he was like, oh, what the fuck? He picked up the Micronesian kid, smashed his head against he was telling me about he smashed his head against the pole in the bus. The bus driver stopped. He threw all 3 of them out of the bus and beat smashed all 3 of the smaller, I think they were Marshallese kids. Again, these are Marshallese and Samoans, 2 oppressed peoples in Hawaii. But he was like telling me this story about how he bloodied each one of these kids to a pulp. And then he called his friend up and said his friend came over, but then he looked at and he said, and Mr. Chris, and so I'm trying to teach a 20-year-old how to carry the 2, or carry the 1 when he's doing double digit, like 9 plus 8, and he's like, carry the 1, carry, and like in between carry, I'm like, let's take a break for a little bit because you've fallen asleep. He was sleeping for the last 20 minutes of a 40-minute, of 20 of the last 40 minutes. I had to kind of like wake up. Hey, time to wake up. We got to do math so we can learn at the age of 20 how to fucking do double-digit addition, so that we can pretend like you have a degree, so that you can maybe qualify to get a job bouncing for fucking Oceans or some upscale Waikiki club or something. I don't know, something other than just like smashing your fellow marginalized people's faces against the curb because you don't have a high school diploma. Then anyway. And so I remember he would He's like, and so he was telling me these stories. He told all kind of other stories. I mean, that's like one of the most tame of the stories. Much worse things. You know, people like die all the time in this area. The cops don't investigate. You fucking kidding me? They only investigate unless some rich white kid or rich white German lady, gets her purse taken. I was gonna say taken like the Key and Peele sketch, but if a rich white German tourist gets her purse snatched next to the Apple store in Waikiki, then the police will investigate that. They're gonna chase somebody down, but they ain't gonna investigate some dead fucking brown people. Are you kidding me? These like fucking N-words of the Pacific. They ain't gonna investigate that shit. Anyways, so he was telling me these stories about how he would like smashing his Micronesians, and internally there is racism against those people as well. It's like it's like it's a derogatory term. Like micro is a derogatory term. Between Polynesian Pacific Islanders and Hawaiian community against other fellow Pacific Islanders. That is also shitty. That's problematic reactionary behavior of an oppressed people, Samoans and Hawaiians, against other people. And again, that's part of Neofeud. Is like, just because you're oppressed, that doesn't mean that you're not doing problematic stuff, terrible stuff, hurting your own people, hurting other people around you. Everybody's just, everybody is stomping on each other's neck, kicking each other somewhere on the totem pole of class, race, native versus international, millionaire versus billionaire, thousandaire versus ghetto. Andy No is just like international. Asian siding with white supremacy against people of color and leftists in the United States for his own benefit. I mean, and this is neofeudalism is everybody, not everybody, but so many people to get by under a capitalist, imperialist, racist structure constantly is hurting each other, sometimes helping each other, but a lot of times hurting each other to greater and lesser extents. You ever worked at a corporation? You ever worked at Amazon? You ever worked at Walmart? You ever worked at Omega? You ever worked for Exxon? You ever worked for McDonald's? You are empowering McDonald's. They don't have, without all their workers providing all your surplus labor value to them, you're not giving them money. I mean, it's not because you're an evil person because you work for McDonald's. Oh, you made billionaires, so that means, whoa, interesting how you have iPhone and you have union and you hate capitalism, yet you work for McDonald's. I'm not gonna come out and fucking chud non-argument you, but I mean that is the reality, and so this guy, this Samoan kid, he's a 20-year-old, right? And I worked with him for 3 years, or like it was multiple years. It was me or other tutors and helpers were working with him because he couldn't do his basic addition, and he would learn, like he would get to multiplication and long division, and then he would get into fights, and he would just like his brain damage would like push him back. It's unclear. He's not undiagnosed. He's probably got all kind of disorders. Are you kidding me? Brain fog? It's more like brain smokescreen. It's like some fucking like imperialist stormtrooper opening up a fucking flashbang and a smoke grenade, dumping it into a fucking brown person's house, and is shooting everybody in Iraq. You know how thick the smoke screen gets? I don't know if you ever had a fucking flashbang and a smoke screen go off inside your house. It's like not brain fog. It's like brain smoke. It's like brain fucking smoke bomb. The police also beat him up. The police rounded his father. His father, where we talk about Hawaii. You know where Liki Liki Highway? His father was pulled over on Liki Liki Highway. And they tried to get him on a DUI, and his dad ended up, going to prison forever, or for a long ass time, and he never saw his dad again. That was the last time he saw his dad. And he's like, oh yeah, my dad beat me a lot. Then he went to prison. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna beat people better than my dad, because my dad didn't. The problem is not because we are like a broken people that we're not given resources. We are deeply colonized. Our history, these histories of violence. You ever seen Once Were Wars? Go watch Once Were Wars. And a lot of these problematic behaviors are because we are still trapped in cages of our own diseducation, disinformation, and impoverishment. It's like the problem is he didn't beat people good enough. So I'm gonna beat people better. Okay, now let's get back to addition. Let's get back to subtraction. Please don't attack me in the classroom, because his thumb was like the size of a fucking not apple banana. I'm talking about the full bland ass, this bland ass bananas that they have on the mainland. We have these good bananas called apple bananas. They're very sweet in Hawaii. But I mean, his fucking fingers were fucking huge. And I was like, dude, if this guy ever got pissed off enough, I'll be deep shit. I mean, but he's not. But again, like he's not like a criminal. He's just like, in my neighborhood, we're getting into all these fights and these gang fights, chain knife fights against the Micronesians, against the Filipino gangs, And that's what we do. We just survive. That's what everybody else is doing. That's our school is literally the school of hard knocks. I saw that on somebody's fucking poster, some fucking white nationalist fucking rag for a capital rioter, millionaire fail sons of empire, talking about how they're gonna get good at the 9mm and the assault rifle. The actual school of hard knocks is just trying to fucking not get your fucking face smashed into a pulp in downtown Kalihi. And so he was like, but he was pretty nice, when he's not in that mode, like trying to survive in fucking the ghetto. But he was like, yeah, so I smashed this kid's face into the curb, and then he got all bloodied into a pulp, and but then I looked at his face and I said, oh, Mr. Chris, I felt so bad because his nose all crooked. He got a big hole in his head. He's bleeding. I was like, oh man, you all screwed up. Oh my god, man. And it's funny. It was funny in like a gallows humor. Is it funny in like a deeply dark, fucked up way? And he's like, he started crying because of this person he just smashed the face in, because he felt bad. But it's just like, again, that's another example. It's like he did actually like feel bad about a lot of things that he did, but it's just like, what was the norm of his society? What was the norm of his upbringing as an impoverished Samoan person in the ghettos of the illegally occupied parts of Hawaii? And he was like, I felt so bad. I called my cousin up, and my cousin, we got in the car, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, man. I smashed your face. Your face all fucked up, man. And he's like, his cheeks all ripped up, and he's like, so I went with this Micronesian kid. I forget. I think it was Marshall. I went with the Marshallese kid, and we took me and my cousin. We're driving there, and then we started talking about, oh, you like Call of Duty? I was like, yeah. When he finally woke up from being knocked out, and he's talking to this kid that he just who attacked him with a switchblade, and he cut his arm up, and he said, we'll all go hospital, we'll all get fixed up. And he was talking about Call of Duty, like, oh yeah, you like plate lunch? He's like, yeah, I like the long rice with the kalbi is the best one in Hawaii. Kalbi is, you ever been to Yummy's? Anyway, if I talk, a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about, but if you want to talk specific about Hawaii, and he was like talking to his friend, oh, what's your favorite plate lunch? It's like amalgam of a lot of different like Asian and Hawaiian foods. Kalbi is Korean barbecue beef. Anyways, and he's like, oh yeah, I love the kalbi. And they're driving to the hospital talking about food after they almost killed each other. And he's like, yeah, so we drove to the hospital with my cousin, and then he was lying in bed, he was all smashed up, and then he went and fall back asleep. They don't know what a coma is, they don't know what diabetes is. Like, it's like, he's just, oh yeah, he fell back asleep because the guy had like literally almost fucking killed him. His fist is like, the dude, the Samoan dude's fist, he's bigger than a rock. Like his father was like his father was like a high level chief in Samoa. And he was like, his fist is like the size of like, not quite Thanos, but like a infinity gauntlet, looks like that. And he was like, crack the guy's skull open. And he'd always say it like this. He'd be like, oh yeah, Mr. Chris, poop. Oh yeah, poop, soup. You got the Filipinos, soup. No more Filipinos. Ho, Micronesians come and tie my neighborhood. Oh, soup. No more. I'm gonna start talking more pidgin if I keep talking. And he'd be like, listening to gangster rap and be like, yeah, we'll get me some bitches and hoes, yeah. And they'd be like, yeah, soup. Boom. MMA, BJ Penn, I'm gonna pop the fucking, and he's taking, anyway, so they're talking about all the MMA they're gonna do too. Like, oh yeah, watch the MMA. And it's like, hey, put that switchblade away. And they ride to the hospital, and he's like, and then so the Marshallese kid who he just smashed his face in, is like in the hospital, on the bed, and he like this giant Samoan kid. It's like, again, he's like 6'8". The Marshallese kid is probably like 5'1". I work with the Marshallese too, and like, it's just their body size is just different. Samoans have one of the densest muscle structure. They're huge. Like Dwayne The Rock Johnson is not unusual. Yeah, he's like, oh my god, you look at him versus Vin Diesel, and then the Fast and Furious, you're like, holy shit, that guy is fucking like a tower. That guy is like a fucking monolith with like, is there any human under that, or is this like massive stacked pounds of fucking like 20-ounce steak on top of 20-ounce steak? Jesus Christ, looks like he eats Vin Diesel for breakfast, and then he chows down on some Terry Crews after that. But Dwayne The Rock Johnson is like just average around in the Samoan, especially the Samoan community, that it's like he's not as big as some of the biggest ones, right? And so anyway, so this huge guy, and he's riding in the hospital. He's in the hospital. His Marshallese kid, who he just got into a gang war with, who he just beat the shit out of, right, is bleeding out. fucking IVs in all of his arms. He's got like, machines breathing for him. And he was telling me this story. Again, this is a Samoan kid telling me the story of this encounter he had. And he's like starting to cry now. He's like, oh, that kid. He's like, I hope you're gonna live, man. I hope you're gonna live. I'm sorry, man. He's like, and I was like, so you're like crying for this kid that you just like beat the shit out of. And anyway, and the kid, like, I think that Marshall's kid, like, he was in the hospital for a long time. And then he survived. And he said, Mr. Chris, but now, okay, hold on. Let me try it. Let me see if I can do the fraction. Okay, fraction. Okay, what's 1/3? 1/3. That's like the hippie peace. What's that? The peace sign thing. 1/3. What's that? That's like the peace sign. Okay, and I color 1/3. I'm like, no, that's 2/3. To the 20-year-old trying to color his fractions, right? So he can get a fucking piece of paper that says that he has a high school education. Because the entire American public education system literally fucking churned him out like a piece of meat grinder to be in the prison. But he didn't wind up like his daddy there. Okay, let me color in the 2/3. Okay. So anyway, Mr. Kyriarchy. So after we went to the hospital, he almost died. I felt so bad. And then he got out. And then after that, we played Call of Duty together. And we can come over to my house now. We're good friends. I was like, that's a normal, but it's like, it's like, this doesn't even make any fucking sense, but it's like, but that's how it's like, I mean, I'm glad that he almost fucking knifed you're lucky he didn't stab you in the intestine and his knife wasn't like a Bowie knife. He only had a 6-inch knife. That's not, if you're a 6'7", like giant Dwayne The Rock Johnson times 2, you need at least like, you're gonna need like an 8-inch. You're gonna need you go onto gunsandammo.com and get like an 8-inch knife, and then then you might actually reach your pancreas, might reach your liver. You're gonna hit your heart, right? But you're lucky that he didn't, he actually hit you, and then you beat him up. So you almost killed each other, and then the cops would have let you just die, and it would have been fine. Just throw you in a recycling bin, far away from all the tourist eyes when they're having their rich white Mai Tais, and going to their Saks Fifth Avenue to buy a bunch of $10,000 sweatshop labor-produced plastic and polyester and silk and cotton, right? It's called the fashion industry, right? Far away from all the prying eyes of all the Hawaii, and you almost killed each other, and now you're like best friends. He's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I'm glad that you found your. I'm glad that I'm glad that the One Sword Warriors of Honolulu. I'm glad that you guys found some reconciliation and maybe stop saying, like, calling them the frickin' Micronicans and Micros and all these other racist things. It's like, and then he's like, oh, well, they like being called micro. And I mean, that was like, like this, how like they don't like Samoans, they had a lot of racism against them, 20, 40 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, a lot more Samoans are coming over. A lot of this is like inside Hawaii stuff. So I'm kind of going, because I'm just trying to talk about like how these things directly, right? You guys were viewed as, what do you call a Samoan in a suit? Defendant. That was like the joke. It was like all Samoans are all criminals. All Samoan, they're all just beating each other. You guys used to be at the bottom of the barrel. Like now, some of you guys are like, you got a Tulsi, you got a Dwayne Johnson. Brown Samoan face in high places don't mean shit, right? But a lot of Samoans, they're doing better now. Not as well as a lot of white people, but they're doing better, right? And so like, you guys were treated very terribly when you first showed up. Maybe don't like treat the more newer arrivals of the from Marshall Islands, from Guam, from Chuuk, from from these other parts, from like Laotians, and maybe don't call them these names. It's like, oh, but they like, it's like, how do I explain this? Again, it's kind of like, how do I explain these problematic things to people who like, they just try to like they just try to fucking like not go to prison like daddy, they just try to not fucking get shot by the cops like cousin, and it's like, well, let's maybe don't do that. And okay, let's work on reading about, okay, Seamus, let's read about, in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Columbus sailed 20-year-old, right? I'm not saying that to make fun of he can't read. I'm saying that because he was never taught how to read, because that's what American public schools, and in Honolulu, Hawaii, for all the people of color, put disproportionately Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians, that's what they teach you. Not just him too, not just because he got fucking cracked in the head 20 times and he has 60 untold number of comas from his father and from the fucking gang wars that he got into. It's because the public schools don't teach you how to fucking read. Okay, so now we're gonna learn Columbus sailed it. Okean fell asleep. Okay, all right, wake up. Come on, we gotta finish this reading class. We got another 2 years of getting you from 1st grade to 7th grade. 20-year-old Samoan. Wake up. Let's go. Come on. All right, let's go for a jog. Let's talk about Kanye West. Let's listen to some Public Enemy. Let's listen to some Rage. Let's read some Malcolm X. No, that's the other thing I wanted to bring up. While we're teaching this how to read, you got to read Columbus. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Christopher Columbus was a great explorer who helped to the Europeans to discover the New World. So you're reading all the colonialism in the reading class. That's what you really want to propagandize the people against themselves. Just make all their heroes. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. Right? And I'm not saying that that's just like he can't read. Like everybody, the 20-year-olds, the fourth graders, so many of them can't fucking read. And then when you do learn how to read, you learn to read about how Thomas Jefferson made the Declaration of Independence, and he didn't fucking own slaves, have 260 slaves, was a war criminal, genocide doer, literally raped 14-year-old black women, black girls, while calling them N-words and bestial animals. So what are they? And I do. I'm not gonna go around being like, what you should do? We should go around saying the N-word. No, I don't go around doing that. That's like something that happens because it's a problematic thing to happen, and that's something that's the character says. And I probably, if I ever make another one, I'd probably deeply reconsider this. So anyway, this is a long talk, but I feel like I kind of want to go into it because. I don't know. It does bring up a lot of these experiences, a lot of these memories, and a lot of the, I don't know. When I made the game Neofeud, it's because people like that kid, who is probably now in prison for the rest of his life. Hopefully, I really hope he isn't. I really hope he's not in Arizona. I hope he's not in Halava prison. I hope he's not in Arizona prison. I hope he's not putting out California's wildfire for fucking $1 an hour. Fucking burning himself to a crisp. Its climate change continues to destroy the United States and the West Coast as exploding cops, gender reveal parties set the rest of the unburnt red woods ablaze. I really hope he isn't, but there's a good chance that he is. But maybe I could have helped. I know some kids definitely got into the military, which is not the best thing, but at least you'll have some food. You get in the National Guard. You get in. I know multiple Samoans. They wanted to pass the ASFAB, and they could go into, and Hawaiians too, to pass the ASFAB so they can go into Marines, Air Force, Navy. You had family in there, and you don't want to beat up and kill brown people locally. In a gang to survive, or you can go beat up and kill brown people internationally. Go shoot and fucking waterboard some brown people in Iraq to survive. Again, it's very similar. You want to survive in America? You want healthcare? You want a free 3-bedroom house for you and your wife and your kids? You want safe security and stability? You want to have access to the possibility of buying some healthy food? You want to not live in a food desert? You want to not worry about your security? You want a GI Bill? You want education? Free education? Fight for the United States Empire and crush and kill abroad. And I'm not going to tell the Samoan kids and the Hawaiian kid who just, after 2 years, going through my class, trying to get them to stop listening to Kanye West, stop listening to American gangsta rap, and the black reactionary class that has made billions of dollars throwing a lot of their own people under the bus, working for white supremacy, literally standing Donald Trump saying, Kanye West said, black people were slaves because they didn't work hard enough. They deserved it. They should have just released themselves. It's their fault. and then put a MAGA hat on his fucking head, right? This fucking guy, I hate this guy because there's so many kids in my class were saying that that Kanye West was their hero, he was their father figure, Kanye West is their role model, and then they would end up getting themselves shot and getting themselves killed, going to prison because they would try to copy him. And I was like, kids, only 1 in a million of you is ever gonna be a billionaire like Kanye West or 100 millionaire like Ice Cube. Most of you are not gonna become famous Hollywood celebrities with hundreds of millions of dollars with your own brand of footwear, making tons of money with MTV videos, gaining huge celebrity status, you know, as a darling of fucking Hollywood, making 25 kids shows Friday the 2nd. You're not all gonna be doing that. Making cop shows where you play black cops who show cops as being good, doing the propaganda for America so that we can. That's why George Floyd can get his fucking neck knocked on, and black people can be mass incarcerated, and brown people and black people can be mass incarcerated, mass imprisoned, and mass murdered by the police. Is because shows like the ones Ice Cube and Kanye West, Ice Cube and Ice-T make. And I'm not gonna tell the kids, you know what? Like, that's the point of Protege, is by the end he learns. I mean, just to come back to Protege's character, at the end he learns, you know, what the fuck? I'm trying to think of the words from his speech. You know, Protege says, you know, when the King Warren, I mean, it's kind of like the important part of Protege is his arc from going from not a fixed person, not a marginalized person who doesn't say reactionary things, who doesn't say problematic things, who is now perfectly uncancelable, unattackable, unassailable, you know, a fixed, beautiful fucking butterfly of wokeness out of his chrysalis of character transformation under the trials of some Joseph Campbellian hero's journey, hellfire and ascendance. No, Protege is just slightly more conscious of his own oppression, and at the end, like, the richest person in the world of Neofeud, King Warren Clinton Bush, says, the low city trash speaks. I'm trying not to give away too much, but this is a give too much. Protege says, you're forgetting one thing, you freaking billionaire asshole. All that glitters ain't always gold. And King Warren says, the low city trash speaks. Gertzel must have truly lost his mind to put the key to the kingdom in a worthless tin can like you. Really, Sybil, all the low city franken-freaks and junk bots can ever amount to is nothing. Welfare queens at best, suckling at the high city teat for an energy handout or free housing. And the majority of these, I mean, it's a metaphor for the people of color, and the majority of these people, murderers, rapists, drug dealers, like this metal thug here. All you do by trying to help them is prolong their pointless, miserable lives of squalor. Prolong their pointless, miserable lives, living in the ghetto, beating each other, brown on brown crime in downtown Kalihi with switchblades and fists the size of Thanos' gauntlet. Why prolong their lives when you could kill them all, arrest them all, throw them in the gutter, deport them, fucking shoot them with cops, get them to shoot each other, or get them to fucking overdose on their meth, or fucking kill them with diabetes at the age of 39 by filling their food with red dye, high fructose corn syrup, and Twinkies being the only thing that they can have access to. Why prolong their pointless, miserable lives? And the Protege, who is not, says, you know, that's the whole Zep freighter full of fucking bullshit. My maker, Doc Gertzel, he master plan your blingy sky cribs, your chrome warriors, even your god cannon here. And when you got what you wanted, you dumped the mega genius in a landfill, called him a conspiracy nut, a terrorist. He doesn't know how to say words properly, but I mean that's what it is. You ain't about shit, bitch. You just a scrub jacking the swagger of giants. You's a Steve Jobs leeching the screen time and dollars off the techno genius of Wozniak. You's a Kanye West, an Illuminati phony. Again, he doesn't fully recognize all that problem, but again, he's doing his best. You's a Kanye West, an Illuminati phony. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bloomberg, Koch brothers, military industrial CEO. You is a Kanye West getting rich and shitting all over the legacy of social conscious hip-hop like Public Enemy. You take people who make a difference. You flack them over, you make a buck. You know what the funniest shit is? I used to thought getting the glitz and the bling and ices in my dope Crystal Sky crib with a fly ass pop star diva babe was the life. $6 billion baller. Huh. Now I see what this Hightown phony shit's about. Fuck this shit. That was all wishy-washy bullshit, imagination, dream shit. My pops was a flacking deadbeat. He was an asshole drug dealer with screws loose, narcissistic tendencies, all kind of other problems. But he was real. Realer than any of this fake ass, shiny royal, discarbonated, soulless garbage. Anyway, so Protege doesn't know how to speak English sentences properly. He doesn't pass the grammar Nazis litmus test. He doesn't not say problematic, sexist, and even potentially anti-Semitic things. He doesn't know half of what he needs to know. But what does he, at least he's starting to understand that what he was trained to be by the media conglomerates that shoved into his eyes and his mouth and his ears reactionary gangster shit by banning social conscience when people of color were just starting to get a consciousness through the Black Panthers, through the actual revolutionary work of people of color, you know, in the civil rights movement. And the civil rights and the Hawaiian movement were also deeply linked as well, and internationally. These were international movements. The Chinese and the African peoples were in the United States were linked. They were Marxist-Leninist Maoists for a reason, and that was a big problem. And Protege goes on the speech because he doesn't even know the full depths of what has happened. But what he does know is that he has been programmed by the problematic society selected by the richest and the whitest, many who have university degrees and say the wokest things, but have hand selected through because they work as lawyers, because they work as accountants for Hollywood, for the music industry, because they work as PR airbrushers to make all of today's Kanye or today's Kardashian or today's culture seem unproblematic. But they all worked and they made millions and billions of dollars shoving all of this reactionary gangsta media into people like Protege's ears and eyes. And he now knows, wow, a lot of the things that I think, a lot of the things that I have said, including the N-word and all these other slurs and selling drugs, hurting my own fellow robots. He kills one of his fellow robots to make an example, because that's what you gotta do to survive. And he's realizing these things. Whip your desert ease out, and then he's all like, peace out. Let me read you some Kanye West lyrics. Let's talk about this. Yeah, breathe in, breathe out. If y'all iced up, pull your sleeves out. Push a big truck, pull your keys out. Girls grow out, put your D's out. Breathe in, breathe out. Let them hoes fight, pull her weave out. If a N-word act up, pull a desert ease out. When I put a piece out, the N-word's like peace out. Golly, more of that bullshit ice crap. Wait, bullshit ice rap. I got to apologize to Master Quali, but it's cool to rap about gold. If I told the world I copped it from Ghana and Mali. First N-word with a Benz and a backpack, ice chain, carded lens, and a knapsack. Always said if I rapped, I say something insignificant. But now I'm rapping about money, hoes, and rims again. And it's still about Benjamin. Big face hunters and whatever them synonyms. Strippers named Cinnamon, more chips than Pentium. What you gonna buy next? Whatever new trend is. I'm about to try to spend my stacks. I'm so broke. I'm gonna look back. I'm like, damn, what was I on crack? 12 platinum chains was I on, dog? What the hell was wrong with me, dog? Sing along with me. Breathe. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. If your eyes stop, pull your sleeves out. Push your big truck. Pull your keys out. Girls go wild. Put your D's out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let them hoes fight, pull the weave out. If an N-word act up, pull your desert ease out. I'll pull a piece out. I'm like, niggas all... I'm sorry, the N-word's all that peace out. Now even when I thought I went to college, I dropped out of my school quick. Always had a PhD. Pretty huge dick. Ladies try to get ripped off, but guys like this, I give it. And give it head is like a whale that's using a toothpick. Well, I'm in the club for a limited time. Now, act now, I got some action for $3.99. Later on, I might change my menage. Heard a man was a boss of the floss, but she still want to toss me the drawers, and it ain't gonna cost me because she's my caddy. Cause she grabbed my golf balls in the club, and I'm still acting calm on the mug. And she like, can you drop me and honeys to where my Altima was? While we drive, she tell me about problems with a man. Baby, I fully understand. Let me help you with a plan. While he tricking off, don't get no rich N-word. Give me some man, then they'll really piss him off. Yeah, breathe in, breathe out. If your eyes, pull your sleeves out. Push the big truck, get your keys out. Goals go out, pull your D out. Breathe in, breathe out. Let them hoes fight, pull her weave out. If an N-word act out, pull a desert ease out. Bam, blam, 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 blam. When I pull it out, like, they's all like, N-words all like peace out. Blow past some low-class N-words with no cash. In the 4-6, bitch, you can go ass. So when I go fast, Popo just left. Right until I run out of gas, I go crash. Whatever comes first, prepare for the worst. Whatever comes second, I'll be there with my weapon. Pulling up on the Lexus with one bun in both hands. So I guess them G's was ambidextrous. Could have sworn her breastesses was sending me messages. K, I need a free handgun mammogram. Got weed, drink, and a handicap. All of which is legal in Amsterdam. So say my name like Candyman, and I'll come and fix you like a handyman. But if you don't need a fix, girl, you gotta leave. You can't take that all at one time. You gotta breathe. Yeah, breathe in, breathe out. If your eyes stop, pull your sleeves out. Push a big truck, pull your keys out. Girls go out, pull your D out. Breathe in, breathe out. Let them hoes fight, pull a weave out. And what act out, pull your desert ease out. And I want to whip my peace out. When I want to whip my peace out, then it's all like peace out. And Protege is like, wow, this was the most celebrated by the white-controlled capitalist corporate media and music industry. Wow, a lot of that stuff was wrong. That's deeply problematic things to be pushing through our society. Even if, let's get nicer cars. Let's get more money. Let's abuse women. Let's abuse women and treat them like objects. Let's just come out and flex by fucking threatening violence on everyone around us against our own people. Wow, all of that kind of shit for a billionaire who put a fucking MAGA hat and said black people deserve to be slaves. Fucking Kanye, fucking West. There's people that those songs, those ideology, that stuff is not helping us. This is not helping me. This is not helping people in Kalihi Valley. This is not helping people in LA. This is not helping people in fucking, this is what all the kids in my class, they come in, they be like pulling out songs like that in the middle of my class or worse. And I'll be like, hey, can we please stop saying, can you please stop saying that word? Can you please stop saying, calling women, the B word? Can you stop talking about women? That's gross stuff. Can you stop doing that? We're trying to practice programming a Lego robot with ultrasonic sensors, artificial intelligence programmed in C# to try to stop the collapsing, tsunami hits, and it's a Lego tsunami. You have to try to rescue the people that are displaced with a robot that can swim through kind of like blue rectangles that simulate a wave. Let's make our ultrasonic censored programmed robot with AI that can conduct itself through a Lego town in a future Lego competition. That's kind of like, it's like nerd basketball. Let's learn some science and technology, engineering and math. Let's learn about ultrasonic sensors. Let's learn about programming so that we can have some skills that might be useful in the future. Let's do some math. Let's learn how to make video games. Let's learn about physics and variables by making Mario and Minecraft in 2D Scratch. Let's learn about X and Y coordinates and these things. I'm not even making you do math class, okay? But can you stop, third graders, fourth graders? Can you stop fucking saying this is not good? And they're like, shut the fuck up, Mr. Chris. You ain't even that cool. Shut the fuck up. I'm out of this class. I'm gonna go fucking whip my desert ease out, fucking blow away all my fellow Micronesians in my neighborhood while talking like Kanye West, while talking like a fucking gangster, right? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm out of this stupid ass class. Fuck you. Okay, come on, kids. So I had to learn. I was like, I'm like, I should be shit like, back in the, you motherfuckers out getting abused. Black and brown people in America getting used. You whipping up a Kanye like you know what you're talking about. Let's go back to Malcolm X. You know, y'all guys shout, fuck the police, fuck the police. When Ice Cube wasn't a fucking 330 millionaire standing Donald Trump, fuck the police, fuck the motherfucking police. NWA from back in the day, before I was fucking selling out to the military industrial complex propaganda arm, fucking making Hollywood movies. Fuck the police, Ice Cube. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? That's the point of I mean, anyway, so we long story to kind of like go. Like, this is like, I know this is like a long way, but I mean, this is important. Like that, the impact of culture, and that's part of it when I was talking about every movie, every game, everything you've ever read and watched is all propaganda all the time. This is what produced the kids who didn't, who saw hurting their own people, who saw not learning science, technology, not learning how to empower themselves, even just like learning how to listen to some like less problematic gangster shit or hip hop. Like, let's listen to some like non-reactionary stuff. It's out there. You can find some of the old school like NWA that was trying to talk about. Let's listen to like Fight the Power. Let's you know. And they're like, no, fuck that. That ain't cool. Fuck that. I'm gonna whip my Desert Ease out. They's all like, peace out. I'm gonna grab all the women. And I'm gonna fucking like, you know, basically sexually assault them. I'm gonna blow away everybody. I'm gonna get me a Lexus. I'm gonna get me into Paris. I'm gonna get me some fucking Gucci's. I'm gonna get me some Dior. Fuck all of this shit you're saying, Mr. So Protege's character is like some of the kids who are like finally realizing what has happened and then trying to go like, I was led in a reactionary direction. I was led in a direction that was hurting my people. There's no future in what I am doing. There's no future for all of us. You know, Cyberpunk, Mike Ponce said, you know, Cyberpunk is not about saving the world, it's about saving yourself. Mike Ponce is also a black guy. It's not about saving the world, it's about saving yourself, right? And that's part of the problem is when it's a cautionary tale, Cyberpunk 2020 and Cyberpunk 2077's spiritual father by extension, is not about saving the world, it's about saving yourself. But if that's what gangsta is, right? Ask Cornel West, what's a gangster? He's like, I've been a gangster, I know what that is. I know what gangsta is because that's what my fucking neighborhood has to be to survive, a lot of them. Gangsta is Jeff Bezos. Gangsta is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a gangster. Gangsta is, I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do to get mine, screw literally everyone else. Right? That's why all the rappers are like, you know, battling each other, fighting for spirit. Most of the rap is about putting down. A lot of it is putting down rivals, right? Because it's about it's about building. It's the people of color's version of very similar to the cowboy bootstrap thing, right? It's about separating individuals. A strong man with a gun. Be your own person. Be a greedy it's a rational self-interest of the individual. Now the cowboy is John Wayne for the white dudes, and the gangster like who takes out a gun, threatens everyone else, hurts everyone around him for his own personal benefit. Now in a more it's a criminal when they do it, but when white people do it, it's just cleaning up your neighborhood, right? When white people go around blowing up people away, it's just cleaning up your neighborhood. It's just business. When white people go fucking bomb, a million Vietnamese or a million Iraqis and Afghanis, it's just business. But it's the mentality of like, I'm gonna get whatever I need to get. I'm not gonna work with my comrades, I don't even know what that means. I'm not gonna work with my fellow people in this neighborhood. I'm gonna get what I need to get for myself, right? And it's about realizing that is and this is the way that a lot of kids work. In my classes, in my neighborhood. And it's like trying to, actually get some actual class consciousness, imperial consciousness, some actual education so they can learn about the way that they're actually being oppressed, so that they can actually collectively do something about it long term, not just one person make enough stomping on each other. Again, neo-feudalism. Each person on a crystal penthouse at the top of a level of totem poles of race, class, Kyriarchy, right? Gender, LGBTQ+, and a dystopian neo-feudalism is about everybody stomping on each other to different and lesser extents to get theirs to survive, and then trying their best in times to work together with each other in a society in which, like the United States is, which which everybody looking out for a number one is the norm, and occasionally trying to form a small bubble of mutual aid, a small bubble of caring and actual what humans have done for more of the history of humanity than be at war and be in oppression. I haven't even talked about like a lot of the indigenous culture and these things, but because that, but I mean, right now we're talking about Neofeud, right? And it's like Neofeud is about learning that what seems like small bubbles. Oh, you're just gonna be a hippy dippy. You're never gonna make any money doing social work. Just get yours, right? That's the norm in the United States. That's the norm in Western capitalist imperialist countries, and especially the United States, but not exclusively. Canada, Australia, New Zealand. That's the norm in reactionary parts of the rest of the world, particularly in cities where colonialism took its root and racialized colonial capitalism took its roots in Tokyo, in Mumbai, in all these other places where getting yours and just bowing down to money has historically been a aspect of reality for a variety of reasons. But that's not the way that most people are. That's not the way that most of the billions of human beings that have lived and died over tens of thousands of years have been. Right? That's not the way that I want the world to be. 50 years from now, I want less of the world to be like America. I want less of the world to be a racist, capitalist, ableist, sexist, kyriarchical society. I don't want that. But if we don't face the true depths of the problems, even within our own spaces, sometimes marginalized spaces, the liberals and the neoliberals especially would love to pretend like we can just if nobody ever says the N-word again, #racial healing, America's racism is over. The truth is, the more insidious stuff is not that. The more insidious stuff is the ongoing systemic violation, disenfranchisement, impoverishment. And some of that is involved in saying overt slurs, saying, anti-Hispanic slurs, anti-Muslim, right? Some of that is that for sure. But then there's a whole nother level of that, which is most of the Democratic Party, which likes to scrub it. Oh, we don't have any racists here. Disney doesn't have any. Gina Carano said some terrible stuff. Oh, I stand the Capitol Hill rioters. They're justified, right? And Disney was like, I don't want to be associated with it. But as if Disney is not implicated in its own racist policies by working with the military-industrial complex, which it goes around the world and kills, disenfranchises, and displaces millions upon millions upon millions of people of color all around the world. Anyway, I know this is like a very long way to kind of talk about it, but with Neofeud, a lot of but specifically the Protege arc, right, is it's about going from somebody who is deeply Carl Carbon too. Every single character in Neofeud is a broken character. You know why? Because they're all fucking raised under capitalism, imperialism, and racism in a broken ass society. They should. I mean, if they were all talking perfectly, oh, we don't say anything sexist, ableist, racist, we don't ever oppress anyone, we're all comrades, that would not be a realistic depiction of the United States. You ever been to the United States? The left are not winning. I'm sorry. 76 million people voted for Donald Trump. They're still out there. The other fucking 76% of the white majority of the people of the United States still stand either Donald Trump or the fucking Biden. Even the so-called left, a lot of them are like, well, class reductionism, we don't have to worry about race. Let's just all talk about class. Cancel culture is the biggest problem. Let's not talk about it. Let's just pretend like America is gonna fucking die. Like I always say, thank God it's gonna. I feel so terrible for all the starving, fucking homeless college professors, let alone the starving homeless fucking social workers and people of color, teachers in the ghetto like me. Fucking white parents who are upper middle class, white as white, Aryan face as fuck. How a homeless college professor is like the one that we house without asking for rent, with no landlords, with no bosses. And again, that's an example. We're not asking, land back and undoing racism. It's not about asking for white people to be enslaved. We want to help house a lot of the white people too, because they can't even house themselves, a lot of them, right? Now they're more, on average, more housed and more wealthy than the average, but 10 times more wealthy as a family than black families, but that's not enough in today's dying America, dying racist, white supremacist, capitalist country, right? And, but to face what the country is, we can't just pretend like, oh, everybody's all, no, because everybody ain't all fixed up. Everybody ain't all good. Everybody is degrees of broken stormtrooper in the United States, including me. Everybody is degrees of broken, deeply problematic into every single individual in the United States. You ever grown up? You ever lived in the United States? You ever paid tax in the United States? You paid for police. Your parents ever paid for police? You paid for the people that murdered George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. You existing in the United States of America is fucking deeply problematic, which is why you should decolonize the fucking land that you stand on, support the indigenous peoples. You existing in the United States at all, paying taxes, working for any corporation, you empower the corporation you work for. That's problematic. Because it's a goddamn empire. It's a white supremacist capitalist empire. And pretending like everybody's all good, that ain't gonna fix shit. That's just gonna perpetuate. The America will become more racist, not less. Because its capacity, America and all of its allies in Europe and Canada, the Five Eyes countries, their capacity to continue to extract colonial wealth, the capacity to continue to neo-feudalize, to slavery, to benefit from slavery, internal and external. Colonialism is decreasing, and they're not taking that kindly. That's why the Capitol riots succeeded. It was a coup that lasted for 2 hours, and it succeeded. You know why? Because the police and military and the majority of America, which is still white, and are holding on to it, holding on to their Americanness, holding on to their whiteness. They do want to make America great again, liberal and conservative. You see that in Black Lives. You see that in the crushing of the left. You see that in the deleting whatever little bits of left that there are in the United States. They're all being deleted off of YouTube. Non-compete got his Facebook account deleted. Status Quo, Jamal Thomas, the Surfs just got all their videos nuked. You're getting shadow banned. Now it's not just indigenous, but now it's anybody trying to say anything left. Because now we're going to be a neoliberal, make America great again, or fascist, neo-fascist, make America great again. America will continue to be who it is. You know, and like we can't just pretend like that, like you know, you can't deal with the ongoing racism, the ongoing and even racism of people, marginalized people against themselves, on top of racism of white people against people of color, the sexism of women against themselves, like Gina Carano, like, you know, this is kind of like not beneficial, you know, to women to be, you know, saying a lot of things that you're saying. This is a lot of sexist, you know, like, didn't you have to fight like a fucking to make it in a match? You know, I'm just gonna stand the right wing of the United States. I want to say the Capitol rioters were patriots. You know, like, again, it's like you know, fucking Ben Shapiro is Jewish, says a lot of deeply anti-Semitic things, super racist things, talking about eugenics himself. That, well, black people and brown people they're just genetically deficient to somebody supremacists in Nazi Germany. We can't just, well, you know what? We have to, like, these. In fact, that's the best weapon, because they like to trot those people out. That's why you got Candace Owens, right? That's why you got Jesse Lee Peterson, Ben Shapiro. You trot out somebody it's harder to attack, because then we can't really. Well, I'm scared that I'm gonna get attacked for just you know, and then you can be like, oh, Bernie Sanders is anti-Semitic, Jeremy Corbyn is anti-Semitic. We'll just weaponize that against we just weaponize like a very shallow understanding of the complexities of racism, the complexities of these vectors of oppression, the complexities of anti-Semitism. Anytime you say a bad thing about Ben Shapiro, that means you're anti-Semitic, because Ben's fucking Jewish. I mean, like, most of the people that I know that are Jewish are like, they fucking hate this guy, right? But it's a good tool, like kind of like Obama. You want to bomb 10 times more people of color on planet Earth. You want to take the wealth, savings, and marginalized people in the United States, black and brown people, and you want to hurt a lot of them. Put a black person's face at the controller, and then all the liberals shut the fuck up. They don't talk about it. And then ICE concentration camps can be open, where hundreds of thousands of people of color and Hispanics can be deported, and nobody gonna talk about it, right? You can bomb fucking 10 times more drone bombings in the Middle East. You can blow up preschools full of, you know, Pakistani children, and it's no problem. You can shoot a missile at a Iraqi wedding party, it's no problem. You can fucking go to AFRICOM and continue ongoing impoverishment, start a fucking civil war in Libya where you have slave markets now, but a black person was in charge because it's okay. You can, black people, you know, can fucking make slave markets and it's fine. Oh, but Donald Trump does it. So again, like, like that's the Democrat. I live my entire life under the Democratic Party and that liberal, the neoliberal edge of racism, and you know, and so I mean, long story short, so it's like that stuff has to also be addressed. You know, it's not just fucking, oh, it's Black History Month. Oh, we're gonna have a. I was just talking to a black gay person who was like, it shouldn't be Black History Month. It should be normalized. It should always be Black History Year all the time. Why is it Black History Month? And now what? We're gonna go back to what? White history for the rest of the time? It should be Women Month every month, you know? And that's how it should be. That's not how America is. And I mean, if you're making a cautionary tale, you have to address the fact that shit is fucking broken, and you have to a certain extent depict the broken shit, you know. And a lot of people are gonna, you know. And now the way that you depict it, if you're depicting something and it's like, well, you didn't really criticize, you know, if you just show somebody beating up a person of color or something, and then it's like other people and people just laugh and then nothing happens, well, I mean, you're just kind of like normalizing that as a good thing. And it's like, yeah, that's fucking terrible. You should not be normalized. You know, it should not be fucking. If you're going to show a cautionary problematic tale, it should be kind of like shown as deeply cautionary, deeply fucked up, deeply problematic, right? And like, whether I succeed at showing what Carl does, what Princess Sybil does, the nature of Neofeud's world, as if it's sufficiently shown to be, wow, this is a terrible future, I hope we don't live there. Wow, what Protege says and does, that's terrible. And I'm glad that he kind of learned something further along the way, right? You know, and I hope that he doesn't kind of learn and doesn't keep doing the same problematic reactionary things that he did. I hope Carl doesn't do the problematic reactionary things that he did in a future where he changes, right? To show growth of the character, right? Not like stagnant, perfect people who are born never saying an ableist thing, who are raised in a racist, ableist, sexist America, never saying an ableist thing, right? That's ridiculous. Everybody, were you alive in the 90s? Were you alive in the 90s? You lived in America, like in the mainstream culture, you know, there was no left in America by even any stretch of the imagination of any kind of power scale. There still isn't any left of any fucking power scale. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Bernie Sanders' mittens being the fucking extent of it right now, and a handful of mutual aid networks, which are great, but tens of millions of people are still fucking starving. There's people are fucking broker than ever in the history. $50 trillion has just been announced, has been transferred from in the last 40 years to the richest, and there still ain't no goddamn anything close to revolutionary anything. There ain't no general fucking strike. America ain't got no actual power, no left power. It's got the beginnings of organization, but the United States of America ain't got shit. It still ain't got shit. It's got a bunch of people going like, oh, well, it's Black History Month, let's pretend like we care about black people. It's got some token fucking half Indian, half black top cops of America who celebrate, you know, mass imprisoning her own brothers and sisters in California as the top cop. Talk about Neofeud, where you have parents and children being harmed by the government. Kamala Harris is the number one of taking parents and taking their children from them, putting the children in juvenile facilities, taking their parents and throwing them away, and celebrated that. We're cleaning up the black community. She fucking celebrates this shit. We're just cleaning them up by locking them up. Who argued that a black woman arguing and lobbying intensely to increase and not release non-violent marijuana drug offenders who are disproportionately black, and to extend their sentences. And then when they ask, hey, Kamala, have you ever smoked pot? She's like, oh, haha, yeah, of course I did, ha 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 ha. But I'm doing white supremacy by locking up all the black people. I'm a slave catcher, so I can fucking smoke all I want as long as I keep locking up my own people. Fucking Wendigo shit. Racial healing. The problem is people aren't fucking Neofeud enough. They fucking like, you're not real enough. You fucking hiding behind, oh, I didn't say anything racist, so that means I'm all good. No, you ain't fucking close. The problem is people like, Neofeud is too on the nose. It's a ham-fisted diatribe by an upset person of color. I literally had somebody say that in a review. Neofeud is a ham-fisted on the nose, and it makes a hyperbolic mountain of racism out of a molehill. I don't say the N-word. That means that the racism is over because affirmative action happened. Didn't you pay attention during the civil rights movement? Martin Luther King won. And people don't say the N-word publicly. I mean, until Twitter and Mark Zuckerberg and surveillance capitalists need to make billions of dollars propping up the far right, and then they say, but I don't say the N-word, and so that means that racism is finished. Neofeud is too ham-fisted, it's too on the nose, and it's problematic. You know, I had this comment to people who say that, what was that, where the fuck was it? I can't find it. But it's like, for those who say, like, when somebody says, like, your tale is too on the nose, it's too this, it's saying too many problematic things. I mean, sometimes, you know, this is not to excuse anything that I could have done better. I could have done a lot of things better, for sure. But to say, like, that the game is, but that Neofeud is too on the nose, I think it's, you know, sometimes when you're making your sci-fi cautionary tale and it's too off the nose, what you can make is you're either being a coward because you don't want to actually address the racism in your society, but you want to sell a lot of products to enable the racist, liberal, and conservative white communities and people who want to be perceived as woke by, right? You are, when you don't fully address with couched in some fancy, clever metaphor, right? And you don't just say what it is. Sometimes when you're not on the nose enough, you're too off the nose, and you're either a coward, or at best, or you're actually propagating the problematic racist aspects of your work into the society. You're just, well, I mean, you're enabling it, or you're just doing nothing. You know, and to my mind, there should be more fucking real shit, you know, out there. And not to say that everybody should, you know, just have terrible problematic characters, but I mean, they should address the actual racism the way that it actually fucking happens. But everybody's too fucking cowardly. You know how I know this? Because if you want to get published by a even medium-sized publisher, let alone AAA, I tried to get published by two different publishers. They said, no, you're saying too many things. You can't call it this family. You can't do this event. You can't criticize this system. You can't talk about that ideology in that way. The way that you depict this is a problem, and this is gonna... No, we can't support this. Because you know why? Because America is a fucking capitalist, white supremacist society that enables its war criminals, including all of its presidents, and its military-industrial complex, despite, well, hashtag racial healing. We'll have some kente cloth-wrapped, solar-powered Tomahawk missiles go blow up all the fucking people in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, it's okay. We'll send Raytheon tanks with a Martin Luther King sticker on it to Australia to fucking benefit the military-industrial complex, which does millions of people's worth of deaths and displacements and racism. Because, well, at least we're not racist now. And then, you know, this country, China, oh my God, this country, you're so racist. Look at, they're hurting all the people. You got the concentration camp in your fucking country on the goddamn board of ICE, let alone the ongoing for-profit slavery facilities that are all U.S. prisons. Anyways, so you know, I mean, I try to find that specific quote. I cannot find it, but that's all right. No, but a lot of them was like, you know, but you know, and so anyways, I could go on this for a long time, but yeah, long story short. So I think, like, ultimately, I mean, this is really off topic, but I mean,
it is on topic though, because artificial intelligence, and I mean I'm gonna get off because it's 2:25. But I mean, to get back to that point of like how characters that are artificial intelligence, authentic Kyriarchy, right? Sentient robots, right? Sentient artificial intelligence, sentient like global AI gestalts, right? Back to that kind of topic. They're often depicted, right, in Neofeud, in science fiction, as singularity saviors, as our future exterminators. It's like the Haitian Revolution, but with robots. Oh no, what if black and brown people and oppressed people and women rise up against the white males and landowners, the cis white landed straight male aristocrats, like who were counted as citizens from the founding of the United States, whose constitution was plagiarized from the indigenous Six Nations peoples, right? And so artificial intelligence, and that's the point in Neofeud, is that it's so somebody said like we shouldn't use robots and as a metaphor for the oppression of historically oppressed peoples. And to my mind, it's like, I mean, well, if we're gonna do cyberpunk, I mean, even if you could read Neofeud also as a future in which artificial sentient machines arrive. If artificial sentient machines arrive, they're not just, let's just say they are invented, they're not going to be treated like human beings. Even just not as a metaphor, just as literal. Let's say like sentient Amazon and the U.S. military and Lockheed Martin figure out, because they're investing huge money into AI, bio-augmented and AI-augmented soldiers. It's literally what Agency is about. It's literally what Upgrade's about. It's that lower-budget sci-fi movie. It's literally what Anthony Mackie's latest Netflix original series, fucking yacht payment vehicle, is for its executives and for Anthony Mackie. Is called. I mean, I'm glad that at least he's got some. He's probably the best thing about that movie. But I mean, which is about artificial intelligence, a black person. Coded artificial intelligence coming alive and then trying to destroy the world with nuclear weapons sold to him by Russians, because we got to start another war in Ukraine, and actually let's push for nuclear war, right? And so like if the military, and it is most likely, right, who has the most money? The military industrial complex, the CIA, the Pentagon, who the US federal government and the intelligence agencies are gifted billions of dollars to Amazon, the platform we're currently streaming on's parent company, Facebook, Twitter, all the biggest, Microsoft, all the big Apple, all the biggest companies are taking billions of dollars, and that's my whole joke is like the United States is not a fucking government. It's the fucking United Corporations of America. The corporations are the government. If you get your Twitter account deleted, it is government censorship. It's not a private company, booting you for inappropriate behavior in its house. No, it is government oppression. It's government censorship, because the United States government is its corporations. Literally in Nevada, the corporations like Amazon are now setting up their entire county governments with taxes, collecting taxes, starting up schools, running schools, courthouses, fire departments. The rules of law are the judges are going to be handpicked by the corporation. They're setting all the laws of these entire counties of Nevada. It's just like total mask off neo-feudalism. So if that is a country of the richest, most fucked up people, Jeff Bezos, who could end world hunger and fucking house and clothe every American, but chooses not to every second of every day, and countless other billionaires like him, these people and the US military, who is the number one force of climate destruction, genocide around the planet, all the wars I've been talking about, and the internal suppression, the police are the number one beneficiaries from a lot of artificial intelligence, including AI that determines that a black face with a wide nose is disproportionately more likely to be a criminal because of historical racism and all the horrific AI biases that go into, which are they're not gone. Are you kidding me? Clearview is still out there reporting every Amazon package and everything that you're doing to the goddamn police. They're trying to fight it, but I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. America doesn't have fucking laws.
Who is going to control and invent the AI and the sentient machines? It's going to be giant corporations and the military of the United States. It's going to be the fucking Death Star. What are they going to do to they treat human beings that are flesh and blood, even their own millennial and Gen Z children, the daughters and sons of accountants for fucking Lockheed Martin, are limping around making $7 an hour teaching full-time, anthropology 306 at University of Michigan, trying to fucking GoFundMe their insulin. That's the way they treat the United States empire is cannibalizing its own white children. Let alone people of color who are even a worse fucking spot, just getting killed for no reason. If you're white, at least all you gotta do is beg on their GoFundMe for $7 tonight. Or hope that you can find a fucking can of tuna fish tonight. Maybe your mutual aid network didn't all get rounded up by cops who are looking through everything you've ever said on Discord, Twitter, every time you ever put a Baby Yoda socialist meme anywhere, and they're rounding y'all up because that's what they can do now. Because guess what? It's time to clean up the left. Because racial healing's done. Joe Biden and the neoliberals are here to save the world. You can't exist anymore. So, but then if you're a person of color, good luck fucking even making it out of fucking date. Good luck making it home today without being thrown to the ground for not wearing a mask, while white people are just given a mask and giving it on a gold platter. The United States and the Western Empire and all of these racist colonial structures treat human beings, even white ones, of the gender and race, the chosen gender and the chosen race power structure, the chosen nationality of America, Five Eye, or Western European citizenship. They're treating their own people subhuman. Now, let alone black and brown people, they're definitely treating you like animals. Just throw you in a cage, throw you in a fucking prison cage, throw you in a concentration camp, ice border cage, right? Just fucking take the Filipino and just fucking kill him. Dump him into the Alawai Canal. When they ask about the rape. Why did I get raped in this fucking hotel? Treat the Hawaiians like backwards N-words of the Pacific. Backwards fucking let's just round them all up. Let's pretend like they don't exist. Let's pretend like indigenous people don't exist anymore. They're all gone. Even black leftists in black Marxists from Britain going, there are no indigenous people anymore. There is only class. Like, why again? Marginalized people helping hurt their own people for what? For some fucking clout in the Labor Party? What the fuck are you doing this for? I mean, Kamala Harris made millions of dollars of Steve Bannon and Steve Mnuchin not prosecuting one of the biggest stealing through massive Big Short style fraud of millions of homes of people in California with 37-cent discrepancies on their mortgage payments. Steve fucking Mnuchin, Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary in California, he's a goddamn Donald Trump Treasury Secretary, and Kamala Harris was his best friend. She, as a prosecutor, continued, despite as a police fucking take to court this Republican, this Republican Treasury Secretary in California. I mean, that should be a no-brainer. I mean, come on. If you're at least you're gonna attack the red half of, pretend like you have some kind of differences between the Democrats and Republicans, as opposed to being one giant white supremacist capitalist shithole with all of its servants on two sides of the one-party state, right? But Kamala Harris refused to even prosecute fucking Steve Mnuchin, Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary in California. Was on the take of the Silicon Valley billionaires, on the take of the real estate industry, the law firm, the banking industry. So there are lots of people who do this kind of shit, and but it's okay because I was a black woman, and now we're not racist anymore. So anyway, so in Neofeud, where robots are discarded as sentient machines that are produced, not only are they black or brown, let's talk about the genocide of indigenous peoples throughout history. Talk about black slavery, which continues in Libya, backed by the Democratic Party. Like Western imperialist societies treat other human beings like subhuman pieces of garbage, little slaves, little servants. Let alone now, if you have a people, if you have, and they're even just different colors, or sometimes the same color. Now, if you have somebody who's not even a human genetic descendant, like the British and Americans like to pretend like the Cockney are another race. They literally said the Cockney, because they're unable to form proper English sentences, which is part of racism and imperialism. It's people saying protege can't form proper English sentences. It's just part of their own unquestioned, deeply racist, genocidal colonialism in their own head. They don't even realize that that's there. And I'm not going to go to everybody who says that and be like, you know what, you're super racist. You know? But I mean, I do kind of bring it up though. It's like, you know, going and telling a black or a brown person like me, everybody tells me, oh, Silver Spook, you're so well spoken. You're so well spoken. They don't say for a Hawaiian, for a poor person, for a person of color, for a backwards fucking savage who used to worship voodoo gods. They don't care if voodoo is not something that's from Hawaii. They don't fucking care. That's what they call it. As part of the racism, I'm just gonna lump you all. Just attacking people who are not Chinese, like attacking like an indigenous person or a Japanese person or a Vietnamese person, and saying go home, you know, Chinaman or some other racist thing. It's part of the racism. Is like I don't even care what fucking country you came from. You're like I'm not Chinese. I'm Vietnamese. I'm Malaysian. But you're all the same. That's part of the racism. And so they don't treat those people that way. So if you had an entire race of robots, sentient robots, pumped out by literally are property of the corporation, and they're in the society, right? Of course they're going to be treated like even worse than the non-white people because they don't even have humanity. They literally physically don't have humanity. So of course they're going to be treated like the iPhone 9 worker slaves. Android will be discarded into the dumpster pile because they discard Filipinos and Micronesians into the dumpster pile. It's called the recycling bin off of Kaka'ako Street. They discard them into the fucking water in some massive fishing liner that has Laotians that have their passports held while they're literally on these boats working for $1 an hour in international waters, unable to ask for any justice or there's no humanitarian organization looking for them. No, we're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. If you fucking don't do what we say, we could just dump you off the side of this fucking boat. Also, we work with the U.S. military and the biggest U.S. corporations and fishing companies. What are they gonna do? Laotian. What are you gonna do? Vietnamese. What are you gonna do? Chinese. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Thai person on this fishing boat that makes the sushi that's in your Californian and Hawaiian 4-star Iron Chef Morimoto restaurant with your emu egg omelet and then your fucking like squid ink pasta and then your nice little very expensive, top world ranked sushi chef chopping up your fucking sushi, and the fucking fish was caught by $1 an hour people who are literal on slave ships. Now you put a robot in there, I mean, it's just like, of course, I mean, it's almost like, I mean, it should be a no-brainer, but I mean, it's a real brainer for the big genius brain, galaxy brain, S7, fucking white people and privileged ass people that think that, oh, wow. The only problem is maybe the replicants are over. No, the biggest problem is how the fuck you're gonna hurt the shit out of these people. Because they don't even count as human beings. And, and so, I mean, so my kind of take on that is like, it's not that cyberpunk doesn't, I think that if you have a white person, or somebody who, doesn't know the experience of fucking marginalized people of color in the empire, right? Like somebody like David Cage trying to do the civil rights and not really even like getting information from those people of color. Hey, what do you think about the civil? I'm just gonna do my white man's version of what I think the civil rights was about. Yeah, it's gonna come out very hollow. It's not gonna be very good. It's gonna come out very inauthentic, right? But like, I mean, to my mind, there is a lot that can be done with using machine. I mean, not using machines, but I mean, even not as a metaphor. Just as like if sentient machines were to come about, they would just be treated just like people of color. Also, when I say like, a lot of the people who talk like Kanye West and the people who talk like Protege, they're not necessarily African peoples. That doesn't fucking matter. It's like, well, you're all fucking N-words of the Pacific in Hawaii. That's why we shoot fucking people like Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders in Hawaii. I mean, statistically, I remember looking this up. Shot 6 times more per capita by cops than white people. That's like worse than black people statistically in the United States, which is like 2 to 3 times, which is absolutely abominable. But in Hawaii, you can pretend like, oh, it's all good. There's no racism here. Part of the problem is, fucking no, let's talk more about the goddamn racism here. Let's talk more about why the fuck are we listening to, why is everybody in Khalid listening to fucking Kanye West? Why are we listening to all this gangster rap shit? Why? What the fuck, why is that? But I can't touch that because most Americans and most consumers of video games most of the planet can't even accept that Hawaii isn't just a happy paradise where happy Hawaiians are just love to live and love to serve and dance their fucking fake plastic hula dances, and Filipinos, they're like, oh, everything. I didn't see all the Filipinos, they love to serve on my cruise ship. All the Hawaiians, they just love to, you know, work in the McDonald's, and they just love, you know, they're so smiley every time they give me a lei when I come off of my Hawaiian Airlines, I come from my United Airlines. They're so happy to see me. You know, when I get on the tour bus and they're driving, you know, the Hawaiians are fucking crying inside. A lot of them are not even Hawaiian, because they know if they don't smile and pretend to be happy while they fucking dance this sexified stripper version of what used to be an empowered dance for Pele, for the kupuna, for the elders. You know, they're crying inside when they're doing that fucking fake plastic. They're not happy to do that dance. They're crying inside for 40 years of their life till they die. Still working, never retiring like my parents. They're 70 years old, they're still fucking working. They don't even know. I talk about decolonization, they say, no, Chris, we're all Americans now. Why the fuck is that? Well, and then everyone in my neighborhood is all listening. Why are they listening to American reactionary rap? Why the fuck is that? We can't talk about that. You know why? Because I can't. If I was to say Neofeud is a story about the oppression of the Native Hawaiians, the peoples of the Pacific, the Black, Hispanic, Puerto Rican, Filipino, disappeared fucking Hondurans, fucking South Carolinian poor white people who got their homes destroyed in the fucking Florida in Hurricane Katrina, and then they moved to Honolulu and they're living in the ghetto with the disproportionately people of color. It's a story about all these things in Honolulu, Hawaii. If I was to say that, everybody would laugh at Neofeud if I put that on the front cover. That's why when you go to the Steam page, it doesn't say this is a fucking game about the reality of being in fucking Hawaii. And also a metaphor for, but it's also my fucking experiences of Hawaii, because nobody would believe it. Like, there's no homeless people in Hawaii. There's no homeless tent cities in Hawaii. It was beautiful. I had such a great time. Why are they talking like that? Why do they say those words? They don't say those words. I never heard them say, well, they don't say those words in the fucking tourist resort that you showed up in. They don't say those words in the fucking private marine and military subsection of the Hilton Hawaiian Village, where the military can have its nice little happy vacation with a little water slide and a lazy river and some Hawaiians dancing their fake plastic hulas. For military personnel, you ever been to Hawaii? Oh, I'm Hawaiian because I lived there for a couple years. Yeah, I'm a Hawaiian. Americans don't have identities. Americans have like what they are for the next 5 minutes, pretending to be whatever the fuck they are. Sometimes leftists, sometimes Californians, sometimes Americans, sometimes non-racist liberals. As opposed to, like, I don't know, hundreds and thousands of years of culture in an actual indigenous language that wasn't premised around hurting and exploiting people of color, different colored people, women, had gender fluidity and non-binary, and people lived 80 to 100 years, not capitalism, the total opposite of capitalism, indigenous, partially automated, indigenous anarcho-socialism. I can't explain that shit in Neofeud theme description, because most of the people that have the money to buy fucking games are white. A lot of them are Nazis. That was a lot of fun. Having, hey, you fucking N-word, and watching 1,000 people in a Twitch stream playing Neofeud saying, oh my god, this is made by some fucking screaming SJW, a little bear cuck. And also, look at this freaking N-word, look at this Jewish slur. This is some screeching liberal bullshit. I heard a black person or a brown person made this. Look at this writing is terrible. Oh my god, this art is like make me vomit. Look at all these. Oh my god, this is so fake. There's like, this is not how, like, this is a terrible depiction of how racism. There's no racism anymore. This is just laughable. Fucking N-word, fucking all 1,000 people on Twitch. I got people sending, you fucking SJW little N-word, go fucking hang yourself, you disgusting terrible gamer. Also, your game is boring, the writing's terrible, the art is atrocious. Kill yourself. Steam and the game industry is full of these people. And it was really fun to be bombarded with those kind of messages when I put the game out. This entire game is a giant long asset flip. Everything is stolen assets. This is like Unity. Jim Sterling should make a video about how Neofeud is a total asset flip. The characters are cringy and laughable, unbelievable. The art is disgusting. It looks like a first grader drew it. And also, is it all stolen, or did a first grader draw it? That was one of the first reviews I ever got. Everything is stolen in Neofeud. This is a liar and a criminal who made it. And also, it's a terrible game. And also, racism is over. That was really fucking awesome. I love that period of time from 2017 till the present, but mostly at the beginning, when most of the fucking, and I was in Twitch, hey, anybody want to play Neofeud? People streaming Neofeud, fucking making fun of it the whole time, fucking making fun of how
fake it is or how cringe it is. Oh, it's so cringe. He's left this bullshit. This is like SJW. Like, what are they even asking about this? What is this? It's like, as if people are treated that bad. This is like fake outrage. This is fake outrage. What is this? Sentient services. This robots is not even close. Either like, I mean, it's just like, you know, everything. And I don't always come out and go, hey, you know, this is how the gaming community actually treats all of its gamers and its game devs, right? But sometimes I do. And so I don't put on, and that's not even the liberal consumers who are just like, well, I'm not gonna play a game about how this is a game about Hawaii because this is ridiculous. Hawaii doesn't look like this. This is ridiculous. Hawaii doesn't look like that. That's not Hawaii. This is full of shit. That's full of shit. There's no oppressed people in Hawaii. Everybody loves Hawaii. It's like palm trees and pina coladas. I took a tour bus. I seen all of Hawaii. Yeah, you seen what? From Honolulu International Airport to your fucking Waikiki air-conditioned hotel to Hanauma Bay. You swim with the turtles and dance with the dolphins. That's what you seen? Your bougie-ass Polynesian Cultural Center owned by fucking Mitt Romney's friends? Is that? Oh, I've seen all of Hawaii. There's no oppressed people in Hawaii. I'm not gonna play this game because it's fake. It's fake outrage. There's no fucking oppression in Hawaii. That's why I don't fucking put it all out there. Neofeud is a dystopic cyberpunk adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner with an overlay of Game of Thrones like political intrigue. Because that's palatable to most of the gaming audiences who are deeply reactionary, deeply diseducated, deeply racist, consciously and unconsciously. Don't question their whiteness, their privilege, or anything else. And I can't fucking come out and say what I actually want to fucking say on that. Because I need to fucking have Silver Spook Games continue to exist as a worker cooperative made with no capitalist exploitation, unlike the corporation that most people who like fucking like criticize me fucking work for. The taxes that you pay to your fucking giant empire, you know, the landlord that you pay. And I mean, yeah, you can be exploited by a landlord, but as long as you live in rental housing where you're paying a landlord in the bank, you're also participating in empowering that empire. That's problematic, right? And well, it's hard to get out of it and live in a housing cooperative. I don't have that option right now. Hey, guess what? Now you know what it's like to be Protege and Carl Carbon. Now you know what it's like to hurt your own fucking people, paying rent to a landlord, empowering their justification for why they can have penthouses, yachts, and buy another 25 properties and rent it out to a bunch of other peasants, but not be able to do anything about it. Hey, you ever paid taxes? Guess what? Now you know what it's like to be support the fucking murder of black and brown people by paying the cops salaries for them, by justifying the ongoing the budgets for your police, and justifying the existence of the United States. Now you know what it's like to be Carl Carbon, not able to do anything under your current circumstances about hurting other people that are innocent and don't need to be hurt. You ever like did something like Carl Carbon does specific questionable things, but I mean anyway. So for us to continue to do, and again, using this fucking computer that's using electricity that 2/3 of it came out of a fucking dead Iraqi's body with the oil sucked out or the coal from under a slave miner, the lithium that's in this battery of this phone that came out of some South African sweatshop backed by American-backed fascist coups and African coltan. That's all. I mean, that's all also participation. And we don't have the capacity to not fucking stream with technology that doesn't have lithium and copper, that has zero cruelty. The vegans talk about cruelty-free. They don't even understand the cruelty in their own goddamn neighborhood. I mean, a lot of the kind of reactionary white capitalist vegans. But that's but it's so like. So in order for us to continue to, and I would love to be able to come out and say exactly what I think, but in order for us to continue to make enough money to continue to fund Neofeud Silver Spook Games and keep housing and clothing fucking people here at the Silver Spook Worker Cooperative, having roofs and shit, we have to, and housing my friend, Kama, who is another homeless Native Hawaiian who cannot afford, doesn't have anywhere to live. In order for us to do that, we have to say things like, this is just a cyberpunk adventure game, and hopefully people who maybe have their own unquestioned whiteness, maybe there are $200,000, I know for a fact, there are $150,000 a year Lockheed Martin artificial intelligence programmers who have played Neofeud. I know for a fact there are Google employees who program the AI on the guided systems on Hellfire missiles, and who also work for AWS, which works for ICE, which works for the military industrial complex, which works for terrible agencies and the police of the United States.
I know for a fact there are people who make a lot of money who had very reactionary views and thought that they were doing a good thing, and that Elon Musk and entrepreneurialism is going to save the world. Silicon Valley is going to save the world without addressing the fact that there's so many billionaires there, inequality, and the fact that Elon Musk is a union buster and back coups in Bolivia. And I know for a fact that those people played Neofeud and then they thought different afterwards. Now, if I had put, you know what? Neofeud is a story about being a marginalized Hawaiian person living in under the oppression of the U.S. illegal occupation of its empire. They'd be like, what? That sounds like, that's fake outrage. That's fake. That's not real. They wouldn't have played it. That's why I make the game. You play the game. Maybe you learn something there. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just have fun. You had a nice point and click adventure time. That's fine. Maybe you learn something. Maybe you see who I am. Maybe you find a stream. By the time you find the stream, and then I'm going to tell you something. That's like a little more. It's like it's a little more unveiled than in Neofeud. But Neofeud is. But even Neofeud, I'm sorry, that's too on the nose. We can't talk about these things. That's too on the fucking nose. That's too ham-fisted. That's too directly, you're directly, I mean, like, I could be a lot more direct. You ever been to a Silver Spook stream? You ever been to when I'm in non-compete? You ever been when I've been on a panel? Sometimes I'm on university panels nowadays. I'm in indigenous people of color panels. I'm on Twitch panels. I'm being asked to be in all these things. And I'm like, I try to hold it in because I don't want to kind of like scare everyone in the audience away too quickly. I want them to like, learn at meet them somewhat where they're at, but also make them a little uncomfortable too. But you know, like anyway, it's 3 o'clock, so we're gonna be getting out. So long story short though, if you feel like there are things that were in Neofeud that is like, and you're like a marginalized person, you're like, you know, this was not what you did here. This was not like the best way to do that. Like, that's valid. I don't want to say that that's wrong. You know. There are things that I question and I'm like, I don't know if that was the best way to handle that. Maybe I won't do that, you know. Maybe I should have done this differently. That is fully valid, you know. I had a lot of people said like, hey, you know, I'm disabled, and the way that you said this is kind of like ableist, and I don't know that you made it clear that this was cautionary, and you know, and yeah, like the character Protege does kind of look like John Connor, you know, and so like that, like, you know, maybe if you should make it more authentic, like don't have a kid who looks like that way. Maybe make it more obvious what you're trying to do, or don't do it that way, and like, you know, that's valid also, you know. And when I make the next one, those are things that I'm always, you know, I'm thinking about, and I don't mean it to be like, oh, because you didn't like Neofeud everything, that means that you're wrong. I mean, no, there's stuff there's a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of criticisms to be had, and that's that's fine. But I do want to be clear that. And if it's like, well, Silver Spook, I didn't pick up everything that you're saying. I didn't pick up that, I didn't get from playing the game that this was a game about a person of color who kind of like is filled with a lot of problematic reactionary gangsta culture, and is coded as like an urban person of color. And I didn't pick up that they're making a journey. I didn't get that. You didn't do a good enough job of showing that that's what you're trying to do. And from that vein, I don't think that that's a good enough reason to use the words that you used or that language that you used. And like, I mean, that's valid. I mean, I can't, you know, if you interpret it that way, that's the way I can't tell you how you interpret the game. And if it's like, well, that's, you know, you should like try to not do that or try to do this, you know, then that's like, you know, that's fully valid. A lot of people just like hated. I mean, there were some people like I had, like, you know, my friend Aaron. Now, the black people in particular, but all people of color, what they think about Protege is important to me. Like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, Silver Spook just dismissed all the black people and said that you these. I don't want to say that, but I do want to say that I do want to kind of say what I was trying to do by it. And because there are a lot of, usually it's white people that are, you know, they're usually white people that are saying Protege's character is like just so, a lot of, they dislike it for wrong reasons. I don't like to see this character doesn't speak words properly. This character is, I mean, he is an infuriating character. So is Princess Sybil. Carl Carbon is infuriating in a lot of ways, right? But it's like, this game sucks because this character is terrible at English. He's very annoying. He's very, says a lot of, what do you call, says a lot of offensive things. That's what they said. And he does say a lot. Carl Carbon says a lot of, Prince of Sybil says a lot of offensive things too. They all say a lot of offensive things for sure. And like, if you're like, I don't like that, and like, I mean, that's also valid. But I want to kind of, what I'm kind of trying to say is like, the point is not that like these people are deeply problematic people, and that's just cool and funny. The point is, these people are deeply problematic and offensive people because they have been offended, and they have been raised in a problematic reactionary world, or not given the resources to help themselves not hurt themselves and their community around them. Carl Carbon is an idiot, yeah. Prince of Sybil is naive as fuck. Says all kind of very white, very classist things. No, that's the point. Because that's it's a cautionary fucking tale. It's a tale of the United States. It's a tale of what that's like, right? And so I do want to reiterate that it's like, and so if you have that experience playing Neofeud, that is like, that is, I don't want to invalidate that experience. That's a valid experience. Be like, oh, I didn't like this character, and I think that the way that you represented them is like not very good, and like that's fine, But it's also like that isn't the intent. But of course, that doesn't necessarily always. It doesn't. I mean, whatever the person who created the thing intended, that doesn't mean that the person that experienced the work didn't have that experience. So I also don't want to. I don't want to be like. I don't want to do like a CD, because I talk a lot about CD Projekt Red, who said a lot of transphobic stuff and does a lot of reactionary stuff, and they're like, I'm sorry you were offended. This is not an I'm sorry you were offended. No, you were offended, and I'm sorry. This is not, if you were offended by anything, the ableism, the misogyny, the racist things that happen and that are done in the game and said, I am sorry that happened. I'm not sorry that you're offended. Like that's I'll try to like learn from that and do better, And I mean, I hope that kind of clears it up, because I do get very emotional about these topics, because I mean, my friend Aaron could tell you about this. My Aaron and some of the other person, like some of them were like, no, there were other black people that said Protege is kind of like, wow, that guy's pretty edgy, and like I don't know if that was like, I don't know, that's a little sus. And I'm like, I mean, that's also valid, right? I had indigenous and black people, and people from Hawaii that are like, I mean, some of them are just like, wow, I fucking love Protege. My friend Aaron, who's working with me on Terminus Cyberstar, was like, I love Protege. That was really, like, I feel like that's like my life. I want Aaron Victoria was like, Silver Spook, Chris, I want you to come and do a Protege like character in this other game that I'm working on. Like, he specifically came and reached out to me because I like these kind of characters. I feel like this is like more real. This is how the real world actually is. And I like having this kind of like more raw, more authentic. I mean, in a lot of ways, also just having homeless main characters and having homeless people be like super centered, disabled people being super centered, right? I want more of that stuff, and I want you to voice a Protege like character. And like, I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'll think about maybe like doing it differently, even though like that's how, like, that is how the people in my neighborhood talk. That's how my students talk, right? But also I understand, like, it's like that is gonna rub a lot of people in different ways, and so I just want to kind of say that like that is valid, and that I do think about those things, and I don't want to like just be dismissive of people's concerns, and I do think about it. I'm thinking Neofeud too. I'm like, maybe I won't include Protege. Maybe I'll not have anything like that, And then sometimes I'm like, you know what? Neofeud 2 is gonna be like, you gotta pay money for the whiteness card. Neofeud 2 is gonna be full of fucking like literal Nazis taking over the Capitol and beating and murdering everybody, because that's where America's going. I don't know, have you turned on the news recently? You ever seen what America's doing right now? Deleting its left and letting the fucking Nazis into the Capitol, pretending like the racism's done because Bernie Sanders minions. Maybe I'm gonna be like, let's be even more on the nose, But I mean, also I'm like, how can I do that in a way that is like this? Like, if I'm gonna depict that, this is a cautionary. This is like problematic and it's wrong. Not like, hey, this is a cool normal thing to do. Be super ableist, be super sexist, be a capitalist douchebag, be a racist, right? So, but those are things that I am thinking about, and I hope to do those things better. Like I said, I'm fucking half stormtrooper. Like I did go to a fucking private school where I was treated like a second-class human being or a non-human being. but I spent half of my K to 18 life in the ghetto, and the other half of it in a fucking surrounded by bougie ass douchebags. That's why Neofeud is the way that it is. It's all the fury of seeing the squalor that people of color and poor people live in, and then going and seeing the way that rich and white people live every day of your life. You know, and that's why I have like little time for bullshit, and I have little time for dancing around a lot of, you know, people's. Oh well, we can't talk about this because I you know, this makes me uncomfortable, and I don't have a lot of time for that shit because I put up with too much of it. So, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to like, you know, but I am also the product of that education, and I'm the product of living in America. You ever lived in America? You have problematic shit all the way from your fucking toes to your fucking hair, if you have any. You know, bald people are valid too, but I mean, you are filled, your soul, your heart, your nostalgia, your favorite games, it's full of shit because you are a stormtrooper, because America is the actual empire. It's part of the point of the Sunday stream. And I am too. And so I will continue learning things, and even just, I mean, like I bring it like a week ago, Holly's like, hey, you know this thing that you said? It's kind of like makes me feel like shit because you're talking about women as though they're all out to just like abuse and trick men, and everybody's just out there playing Chad and Stacy games like what incels say, and I was like, oh shit, that's actually things that have been latent in my head since I was in school as a student, you know, in a private school where everybody was looking who can get the hottest, richest girlfriend or boyfriend, and I had trouble with that, and I was like, I didn't have any dates for like forever till like, you know, and it was really hard, and I was like, and a lot of the people were reactionary in that way. They only dated more pretty, richer, sexier people than them, and like you're a brown, bigger, like less desirable thing, so we're not, you know. And I was like, but that's not fair to keep, you know, bringing, but that's just one of a million different things that's in, you know, that's in my head that I only just realized like it was just like a month ago, you know? So, and everybody has that. In the moment that you think, being anyone, but in particularly an American, North American, even if you're black or brown or yellow or non-white or Jewish or LGBTQ plus American, the moment that you think, any American person who has been raised in that world, if you have been raised, you have been traumatized, you have been programmed with horrible things, and without undoing all of that, it is the probability that you will re-traumatize yourself and other people, right, without healing from that broken world across all of these vectors is very high. It's virtually inevitable. And so the moment that you think that, okay, now I have the solution, I know the most woke, the most progressive, the most revolutionary take, the moment you think that, even if you're in, I mean, you know, wherever you are, even if you are, you know, raised in an indigenous culture, I mean, it's a lot better, I'll tell you that much. It's like, you can learn so much from the native Hawaiian cultures, which I'm trying to recapture, and from indigenous cultures in Turtle Island and in the rest of the world. But the moment that you think, I've got it all solved, I can say nothing wrong, I know what it is, and I can dictate to everyone else what's right and wrong, is the moment that you've lost, you know? You should forever be, you know, particularly if you are a stormtrooper. And I mean anybody born, it doesn't matter if you're born in the ghetto or you're born in the richest, whitest neighborhood. Everyone has suffered under these structures, under these imperial powers, under these colonial powers, under the white supremacist, capitalist, imperialist powers. And that creates structures in the way that your parents treated you, in the way that you view Valentine's Day and sexual relationships and romantic relationships. All that stuff is broken. And I'm sure I'll make another 20 mistakes before this day is finished, you know? But anyway, I hope that like describes some of the things that maybe are not as addressed and that I haven't addressed recently. I have talked about this before, but ultimately, yeah, because ultimately, you know, that's why I say, like, you know, Silver Spook is a work. I try to be also clean on the economic side. This is a worker cooperative. We're not perfect though. You know, we're not because we're not perfect human beings. You know, and we're trying our best to
to not have artists, musicians, programmers, and writers, you know, and women. Holly is a caregiver. Holly is very important to Silver Spook Cooperative. That's another thing that I haven't like addressed and looked at until very recently too. Is like, maybe you should thank all the caregivers more. Maybe the care work is equal to and should not be viewed as less than programming artificial intelligence for video games and virtual reality integration or accounting or lawyering or doing man work, you know? And like, so again, it's a work, we call it Silver Spook Worker Cooperative before that, but you know, and like, obviously like everyone who worked on Neofeud gets exactly economically by the percentage of work that you did, you get in perpetuity the exact, you know, how profit corporations, the problem is capitalism, corporations taking the majority of the profit, giving it to themselves. The owners of capital, the CFO, the CTO, the CEO, elected by the board of major shareholders, who are disproportionately, the board who is elected by the major shareholders who are disproportionately millionaires and billionaires. Most of the stocks are owned by the top 10% of people and dropping. So we're trying to not do that in a way. So everybody on Neofeud gets exactly. So if the total hours was 3,000 hours, I don't know what it is. Let's say 3,000 hours of work, right? It's 2.5 of my years of my life, right? If you work for 300 hours on Neofeud, right, you get 10% of, if Neofeud makes $1,000 in a month, and that's a lot. I mean, we don't make tons of money. We make like less than 20,000 a year. If we make $1,000, let's say we make $1,000 in a month, then that person who did 10% of the work gets exactly $100, exactly 10%. There was literally no difference between anything that the programmer did, the artist did. There was a QA, somebody who was doing like about a month full-time quality assurance debugging. And you know, QA people get like $4. QA people are like the bottom of the barrel. They get like they don't even get paid for work that they've done a lot of the time in game companies, right? And at best they get in like minimum wage or less. Maybe some kudos in the fine print of the page 300 of all of the credits, if we feel like crediting you, right? And the QA person gets exactly the same as whatever I get. I don't privilege, because I have a 4-year computer science degree and I'm a 20-year veteran in the game industry, so I will pay myself as the tech lead, you know. Well, I mean, Neofeud was made as a small little organization, but I'm gonna pay myself, twice as much as the QA, or 4 times as much, or whatever, right? So I'm gonna make 80, 100,000, and you're gonna make 20,000. Right? This is how corporations work. And the CEO makes 300 to 2.5 million times more than you per year. Elon Musk made $80 billion. The CEO on average makes 300, 600, 1,000 times more than the workers. For what? Going to fucking conferences and having rich parents? Being an asshole, douchebag, ripping off, firing all the disabled elderly people, breaking unions to maximize profit for the board of major shareholders who are disproportionately rich white people. So we're actively trying to be anti-capitalist in the sense of anti-tyrannical, anti-dictatorial, anti-undemocratic, anti-racist, anti-sexist in the structure of Silver Spook Games. But that doesn't mean we're always going to be perfect about that. And like I would, as I bring more people in, I have to, even with Holly, it's like, maybe you should like verify the care work and like thank Holly for more of the care. Because if Holly isn't doing the care work, taking care of kids, making sure they're fed, make sure that they're quiet when I'm doing streaming and doing mod work, which is also important work to make sure that streams are run, smoothly. It's like, like if you have those kind of people in your organization or whatever you have, they shouldn't be devalued just because their work is not as viewed by the society as less important than what is traditionally man's work. Banking, accounting, obviously, like if you have to go and spend a lot of money to get a degree to do a particular work, like it should be taken account. Like I gotta pay back this student loan and that's really rough. And I think like, can I like get some extra so I can like pay back this shitty student loan? And that can be discussed, and it should be discussed among equals in a mutually respectful organization, whatever your business, your community, family, whatever it is, right? And so, but again, I mean, this long story short, but that doesn't mean we're always doing things in a perfect way. And also be careful. If you see anybody says, well, we're a worker co-op, that means we don't do capitalism, so don't look into us. No. There's a worker cooperative that one of my friends worked for, ostensibly owned by the workers who have democratized workplace, but it had the boss was making $1 million and was actually the a white inheritor of huge
dynastic wealth from the plantation era when Hawaiians, Filipinos, Chinese, other people of color were all picking pineapples and sugarcane and calling it a worker co-op so nobody would look into it. But it's actually workers who are not democratically deciding how much to get paid, what to do, what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, what to do with the profits. We're calling it work. But so again, and I'm not saying not to say that every worker co-op is secretly trying to pretend because it's hip now. No, I mean I just mean like, but it has to constantly be kind of investigated and questioned in an organic, ongoing, dialectical way, right? In an ongoing, because dialectical means nothing is ever static, right? Even if something was good at one time, if it was a strong worker cooperative where everybody was coming to the Monday morning meeting and deciding things like, okay, how much is the accountant gonna get paid? How much is the director? How much is the lead engineer gonna get paid? Okay, we're building a bridge as a cooperative, but we need to give temporary hierarchy to the expert in bridge building because we don't want to build a bridge. We don't want to have somebody who doesn't have expertise in the tensile strength and compression variables of particular alloys of metals. We can't just have the secretary who not because she's less because she's a woman and a secretary. No, it's just because like she doesn't have expertise in that particular field, and we want to make sure that the bridge doesn't collapse and kill people, and also implode our company. Right? America has been having trouble with that, building bridges that have a foot discrepancy and collapse after they're finished. 200% over budget, with the executives running away with the majority of the profit, while people are the municipal citizens are left with no bridge because it fell down. So anyway, so in that situation, okay, well, we need to like let that person, because of their merits in that field, for us to succeed, we need to have that temporary hierarchy kick. Okay, so lead engineer who understands these things, like direct us in how and what to use to build the bridge. If the head AI engineer for Terminus Cyberstar is like, you know what, we're gonna need to undo this batch of the subroutines and this part of the C# code is broken. We're gonna have to redo this, part of the SQL, like the AI subroutines in the state machine is broken at line 764. We got to redo that. So I need you, another technician. Can you fix that? And then the junior technician who doesn't, not because they're less valuable, it's just that they haven't been programming AI for 15 years and understand that, and they're being mentored by people who have the skills. So the hierarchy is not, because you're younger or lesser, you don't count. No, it's just like we need to make sure that the thing works. So let's defer to the people who have the expertise, kind of like COVID-19 pandemics, which I haven't even talked about, but let's defer to the expertise on pandemics to the expert pandemiologists. Or let's defer to programming the AI for the robots who are going from stealth to combat mode, and it's very complex and difficult to get right. Let's defer to some people and let's ask for the expertise of the people who have been doing that for a while. Now, if they fuck up and they break the whole game, then maybe we'll have to reconsider. Let's think about that again, right? But it's like, anyway, this is kind of like the dynamics of how game companies work. But so long story short, so the way that Silver Spoon Games economically and in terms of the democracy and and socialism and non-capitalist, non-hierarchical, non-dictatorial aspects of its workplace and economics are have to be routinely questioned. If I become an asshole and I start saying, if Neofeud sells 1 million copies and I'm over here going, well, you know what the biggest problem is people trying to cancel me and attacking me for being a racist, or what's the biggest problem is actually, capitalism's good now, and or I'm just like, I think Elon Musk will save the world, because now if I sold 1 million copies of Neofeud, I'm rolling in $3 million, right? And I'm over here going like, actually, I think that I brought on 30 workers and they're all making, $12 an hour, making Neofeud 2, Neofeud the movie, Neofeud the game, the comic. I'm signing deals with Marvel to make things. I mean, this is hypothetical, obviously. It's not what's happening. If I'm making like 3 other cyberpunk games, I'm making a sci-fi game, I'm making and Silver Spoon Games is like making millions of dollars now, and I'm not interrogating like how we're running the company. And you should fucking question Silver Spoon. You should question what I'm doing. You should be like, because you bring out the fucking guillotine if you got it. Just be like, don't never do anything illegal, because that would violate the terms of service of the YouTube corporation and the platform. So never do that. But I'm in a video game. If I was like in a video game, to be like living on a hill in a floating palace at Versailles with gold-plated or pure gold thrones as King Silverspook of Silverspook Games, you need to roll out that goddamn video game Minecraft, very pixelated, a voxel cube, a rectilinear guillotine. I mean, in a video game, like, you know, because there's something wrong there. You know, because again, people are not, you know, people never make no mistakes, and people also, however right they have been in the present about things, they will probably make more mistakes in the future, and they could actually regress fully. That can happen. I watched family members of mine erase their whiteness and become billionaires while being Peace Corps members and suffering under anti-Asian and anti-Hawaiian, anti-brown racism in Hawaii, and now they're billionaires or multi-hundred millionaires in the family. They've literally erased their white. I talk about that a lot, so I won't go. So people can be wrong about a thing and then say a right thing, and the thing that they said that was wrong in the past doesn't make the thing that they said in the present wrong too. People can say a lot of wrong things in the 90s and the 90s and in the past, and then change and then not be doing those things. And that has to be taken into account. And people can also do and say the wrong things in the past and then pretend to be different, but then still kind of quietly still be holding on to those reactionary things, and that can be a thing too. People can have been right in the past and have been doing things in an equitable way and have been, you know, trying to do revolutionary things, trying to be anti-racist, making fuck the police, and then you can be a $300 million net worth black Hollywood darling who is also like standing Donald Trump and supporting his policies, like Ice Cube, like Kanye West. You could, I mean, Ice Cube specifically, like NWA was a big inspiration for a lot of people back in the day. So we can't, and it doesn't mean that, so everything, the fuck the police is wrong. All cops are good. ACAG, because somebody got canceled, and now that doesn't make sense either. Like, things that Ice Cube wrote in the 80s and 90s were true and are true. And then other things that he said were kind of like, that's a little misogynistic, but I mean, also that was true. Fuck the police. In the United States in particular, fuck them. Who do, you know, I've already gone through their statistics. We don't have to go through it again right now, but, you know, fuck them. And then in the present, he can be kind of a bougie ass capitalist, supporting Donald Trump. Kanye West can be, you know, even if he did do something, I don't know all of his history, but he could have been like trying to do something, and, you know, and it wasn't very good, or he might have been, you know, doing like more raising class consciousness, empowering people of color, and then he's what, standing Donald Trump, saying black people deserve to be slaves because it's their fault, wearing a MAGA hat, right? Not that the Democrats are super great, but I mean, like, literally going like, oh no, like, that's some gangsta ass shit, Donald. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that with my billions of dollars and my Yeezy shoes that are made in a little fucking sweatshop. With poor people of color like me, or people of color working for 25 cents an hour, putting the stitches on the sides of your Kanye swooshes, selling them for $500 a pop, you know? And like, not that somebody needs to make shoes, but it shouldn't be sweatshop fucking labor. Like, even like, you know, Akon is, anyway, this is going on for a long time, but Akon has said, like, you know, diamonds, he got out of a lot of the jewel industry because he was in it. He was like, you know, I'm going to get in. And again, I'm not going to say that Akon is like, also has done zero things wrong in his life and has no problems, but he has done a lot of good. He has helped bring, in the collaboration with China, a lot of hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and brought electricity to, it's like 400 million people, like more than in America, to people in Africa who had no electricity because of ongoing white supremacy, colonialism of America and Europe and all of the white countries, the settler colonial countries. And Akon did a lot of good. And then he also said, you know, I got into the diamond industry because, you know, I was like, you know, he's also a very rich person, right? And that's like, maybe that's not the best structure to liberate people, is have a bunch of black billionaires going around and doing projects. But it's like, and I'm like, I don't know about, you know, that's like, I would love to like not have giant any white billionaires, brown billionaires, yellow billionaires, and black billionaires. Vietnam has 4 billionaires. Luna can tell you, I hated working for rich ass billionaires in these golf resorts who treated me like I was in Vietnam, which is far further in the road to socialism and revolutionary and anti-racism and anti-fascism than the United States by light years. But even there, Luna's like, you know what? I hate. There were some billionaires here, and they are very reactionary. They treated me like I was a little slave. They sexist against me, and I worked so hard, and then they didn't respect me. I wasn't paid very much, and it's terrible. And anyway, but then Akon said, I was getting into diamonds, and then I investigated for myself. I looked and I thought, wow, a lot of black people are basically enslaved. Police murder them when they ask for raises and strike. And the development of Africa and the diamond and the precious gem industry is deeply linked. And I was like, I don't know if I want to be in that. That's a problem. And it's like, I'm going to get out of that. So anyway, long story short. And so because Akon got into the diamond industry, that means that, liberating the solar, bringing solar electricity to 400 million people like his mom in Senegal who never had it for her whole life. And then decades later still don't got it, despite America going, we're developing Africa, we're bringing people out of poverty while keeping his mom in poverty. That doesn't negate the fact that he did a lot of important things in collaboration with China, which also doesn't negate the fact that there are some really a lot of billionaires in China too, and that's not the best thing either, but that also doesn't negate the fact that they have done a lot of good and a lot of questionable, problematic things. Anyway, so this is kind of like, this is about being dialectical with people, their economic relationships, their social relationships, their political relationships, and entire societies and entire peoples, and being able to take those things into account and not immediately go, well, because you did this bad thing, Vietnam has police, okay, well, Vietnam is canceled, we should invade it. I've seen that argument made on Twitter, like, Vietnam, the West needs to go into Vietnam and fix it. You know what happened the last time that happened? Well, they have a state. That means Vietnam is canceled. You know what happened the last time? It didn't get better. Millions of people died. They got bombed to the Stone Age, and everybody fucking suffered under Agent Orange and ongoing chemical deterioration of their entire society. And people were dying of typhus, cholera, and birth defects were rampant. That's what happened the last time some Western, and a lot of them are left. They're going, we gotta go save those people. That's the number one weapon for liberals and left in the West, is to tell them, we gotta save those people from their horrible leaders. America can't save them. That's the Emperor Palpatine. That's America. Ain't gonna save nobody from nothing. Anyways, Neofeud is on sale until tomorrow. It ends in 40 minutes, 37 seconds, and 37 minutes and 10 seconds. 40 hours, 37 minutes. Wait, was that, what is it? Okay, 40 hours, 37 minutes, and 4 seconds. Okay, that's what it is. You can get Neofeud also on itch.io. If you have a second to leave a very short review. Again, if you didn't like, if you really hated the game, I'm very sorry. If you like the game, if you can leave like a sentence, like great game, nice original cyberpunk storyline, you can it really does help because it increases the likelihood that the game will be discovered, which increases the probability that Neofeud 2 will get finished, and increases the probability that we will keep having food, electricity, a house, and stuff like that as we continue to work, and Holly continues to do important care work and mod work on Neofeud 2. So you can also support, as well as all the education that we try the best to do on these streams and elsewhere. So you can also find Neofeud on itch.io for Windows, Mac, and Linux. It is a game that, if you don't like DRM, you can get it DRM free on itch.io. If you don't have Windows, you can get it on those other systems. Neofeud also you can help us out on Patreon at patreon.com/Neofeud, which is where we have at patreon.com/Neofeud, which is where we have a lot of people who don't want to necessarily buy games, but you want to have a recurring support for us. You can do that there. It is greatly appreciated. Also, as I mentioned, if you want to join the Silver Spook Discord, you can, but it is changed so that if you would like to join the Discord, we just ask that you become at least a $1 patron, like $1 a month, just to have some buy-in, because we did endure some raid where people were literally coming in and going, hey, you freaking N-word. A bunch of gifs of black people being murdered and people of color being abused and like, ha 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 ha, 4chan, right-wing, terrible stuff. We did have that happen. And so we, and I have, like I said, I've had that happen, especially when I first put Neofeud out, and I was like brigaded by all kind of right-wing assholes, and on 4chan, and all kind of horrible things were said. And so, anyways, but to kind of limit, and also if you want to participate in the Discord, I mean, it's just like $1, just a minimum level of buy-in. And so if you become a patron of $1 or any level of contribution, you will get access to the Silver Spook Discord invite. On top of, you also get access to updates from Neofeud on Neofeud 2 and Terminus Cyberstar and other things that are happening. You got a little bit more behind the scenes on Neofeud 2 that I'm currently working on. If you want to look at that stuff, some of it is story and art and stuff like that, and ideas for the design. So if you want access to that, you can help. You can become a Patreon. You can also follow at the decentralized, non-capitalist controlled social media platform at SilverSpook Games at Octodon.social. At SilverSpook Games at Octodon.social, where we have a you can it's like Twitter except not controlled by a billionaire who is currently has and historically continues to delete indigenous people off of Twitter, shadow ban them, especially when they're fighting against fossil fuel pipelines that are illegally being shoved through their land. Has deleted 3,000 accounts or deactivated them for saying Breonna Taylor's name. Talk about racism. So while it has bigger reach and it still can be used, I hope that over time more people can get to. Mastodon is also not perfect. There are still racists there, but the capacity to kick them out and defederate from them, the control is put in the hands of a decentralized network of mods. If you're anarchists, Mastodon is very much geared towards that because it is very decentralized, whereas Twitter is whatever the corporation of Twitter.com, Jack Dorsey, his board of directors determine, and the military money that they take by the billion determines, right? Like, hey, shadow ban all the people that are talking about drumming, that are trying to combat anti-Asian racism because they're trying to drum up Cold War 2.0 with China and Asian countries, or drum up more war against Eastern Europe or Muslim countries. So Mastodon doesn't have that. Now, if you have somebody who is crappy and reactionary, gets a node, they could run a node with no moderation, and that could be full of racism and sexism and all these types of things. But then you can defederate from them, and everybody can say, okay, well this bar is full of Nazis. Okay, well let's defederate from that one. And so you have more granular control. It also has content warnings. It has image descriptions for the visually impaired, and so it's less ableist in that sense. And it also has the ability for you to download everything you've ever said. I've never had my account shut down on Mastodon. What has happened on every other capitalist site, including the one we're streaming from, Twitter, Twitch, at least temporarily. So Mastodon is a good place, especially if you're doing any kind of activism. You're doing anything good for the world, which is like against American policy because America doesn't do fucking good anything. You should probably get a Mastodon because they might delete you off of Twitter one day. The Surfs just got their video shut down for criticizing. Oh my god, I'm gonna talk about that later today. I'll talk about that on Twitch. The Surfs got a video taken down for criticizing Steven Crowder, right-wing fake comedian who was standing the Capitol riots. Just right-wing racist Steven Crowder. They were criticizing things that he had said and be like, this is really deeply problematic. And YouTube took the video down saying, you didn't criticize Steven Crowder enough, blah, blah, blah. This is, you have Steven Crowder, that's problematic. And it's inciting violence, right? But the Surfs were like critiquing what he's saying. And they said, well, you did it, again, kind of similar. You didn't sufficiently critique what he was saying, which by extension enables what he was saying to be heard by problematic peoples, right? And meanwhile, YouTube literally had the same in Minecraft, some random organization still had the Steven Crowder video up on their server. And you're going like, wait, you're taking down because you're just replying to somebody who was saying right-wing extremist sort of stuff while you're hosting that guy's video. Anyway, sorry. So that was a whole nother, that's another whiplash level of capitalist surveillance, capitalist giant corporation standing racism for dollars and then deleting left-leaning content for military industrial dollars. Wow, that's interesting. Anyways, what am I doing? You can also follow SilverSpook Guy on Twitter though, at SilverSpook Guy. You can also follow SilverSpook Games for the game-related stuff. If you want to follow like what we're doing with making games, Neofeud 2 when Neofeud goes on sale, at SilverSpook Games minus the E in silver. At SilverSpook Games minus the E in silver, and you can also follow Terminus C. Like I said, Aaron Victoria. Again, I was talking about the guy who reached out to me. And Aaron is black, and Aaron, like, I played Neofeud. I fucking love that game.
that doesn't justify anything. But I mean, Aaron is somebody who reached out to me because like I like the way that you kind of like revealed a lot of reality for people of color like me and black people who have like, and he's like, I've been in gangs, well, Aaron has never done anything illegal. That would be a violation of terms of service. I would never know. He's like, in a video game, of course, you know. But like, you know, I've lived some rough times, and like Proto J is like, damn, that's real. That's real shit, you know. And I wish I saw more than Cyberpunk. So Aaron was somebody who reached out and said, I want to work with you on a game. Also, I love Terminus Machina because you play a homeless hacktivist socialist revolutionary who is a non-white person trying to fucking jailbreak iPhone 9 factory worker slaves as the Pluto Clays in San Francisco, surrounded by automated drones and police, are trying to track you down. And if you say anything leftist on the internet, you instantly get robotic cops knocking your door in and a Hellfire missile shooting into your forehead. Even if we're trying to, you know, and Aaron's like, I love this world because this is like so realistic into what we're facing, and it's so real. You starve to death in the first half an hour, and you also have to sell your body to horrible creeps. You gotta pimp yourself out, or you can die. And Aaron's like, that's an actual dystopia. I want to work with you on Terminus Cyberstar. And so anyway, so long story short, that's how I met. That's how Terminus Cyberstar is the sequel to Terminus Machina, which is a free game if you have Deus Ex, where you do play a homeless socialist hacktivist revolutionary. And it starts with a Marx quote. And I put it out in 2012. I was working on it in 2010 to 2013 or so. It came out in 2012, 2013. Before socialism was cool. I'm that Nirvana stan like in 1997 going, I liked it before Nirvana was cool. I had Marx quotes in my games when everyone was still getting blacklisted for saying the word socialism. Not that they aren't still, but I mean, you could say a little more after Bernie. Anyways, you can follow Terminus Cyberstar at Terminus C. He's a low-poly cyberpunk immersive civ in the vein of late 90s PC games like Deus Ex 1 and System Shock 2. You can help us out. Well, you can. It's made by artists, programmers, writers, musicians. Aaron is the lead programmer, producer, folks, and you know, Aaron is telling me that it's February or March, so due out sometime this month or potentially March. But we don't have a hard release date because, you know, there's no crunch. Like unlike CD Projekt Red, Fortnite, Overwatch, EA Games, Activision. Who's your favorite game company that's big? You got crunch, almost certainly. And if not, you have giant capitalist exploitation of all the workers. But we don't crunch. So if the game doesn't come out exactly within February and March release window, that is what it is. But that's what we're aiming for. And this game is where you play a homeless immigrant who's running away from ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, after escaping a concentration camp, living in a tent city. You start out living in a tent city. Like I said, if there are any Silver Spoon games where homeless people and deeply impoverished, the most impoverished people and oppressed people in a society are not, at least from the game, the centered people, then it's a fake Silver Spoon game, okay? Maybe not the whole game, because Princess Sybil isn't exactly poor, and that's a deep euphemism. That's putting it lightly. But at least some of the game is centered around, and the main characters are broke ass people. That is a fake Silver Spoon game, and then you can come on and be like, this is an asset flip. Somebody took Silver Spoon's Neofeud and then flipped it. Not like that reactionary person from fucking 4chan and Reddit who came in and was like, Silver Spoon is a fake game maker, he stole everything. I was literally streaming development of Neofeud, and then he's like, this is all fake. Everything was bought from an asset store or stolen from some other game. It's all fake. The fuck, right? What the fuck? But anyways, I expect nothing less from white supremacist capitalist West and America and Reddit and 4chan. So Neofeud finally joined the Discord for start. You can join the Terminus Cyberstar Discord. That one's still open, and it's not really my Discord, so but it's still open to join. That one you can also, I can thank these people right here: Dave, James Wheaton, Mingzilla, Mr. Brewer, Belinda Ann Taylor, Kiara Kapabar, Industrial Robot, Johnny C, Alana Montero, Sean Collin, Danny Carroll, Eric Wright, Jared, Morgan Songcroft, The River, Tyler Hill, Ref 55, Matthew Stone, Alexander Roy Gilbert House, Alfonso Delazar, Combo Breaker, Lark Miro, Skylar Smith, Tim, Computers like Riff, Raph, Tiny Earl, Control.org, Extremely Online Left, Ted, Trellington, Beast Coat, and Dename Paname. Thank you for your continued support. It is greatly appreciated, and we hope to continue to be supported by you as long as you as long as you have the discretionary money. We completely understand, but if you don't have, if it's like, are you gonna? I know about choosing whether your family starves or you're gonna like get like a $5 game and stuff like that. You know, it sucks.
So I understand. Don't starve your family or yourself. You know, don't forego your insulin to buy Neofeud or become a Patreon if you really don't got it. But if you do have it, we greatly appreciate it. Anyways. Anti-American says Silver Spook Games merges with Disney. 2050 MSNBC headline: Silver Spook Games merges with Disney. Silver Spook Cooperative, the Disney worker-owned cooperative, owned by the workers at Disney, which is Bob Iger and his 3 billionaire children. They all work very hard, and they all collectively own Disney. That's like going like Walmart is a worker-owned cooperative. It's a cooperative of the 3 hard-working executives, or the Walton family, who do hard work, going to $10 million plate charity balls and doing whatever they want, and going to Davos and skiing and going to Fire Festival. A worker cooperative of Walton family equals. It's an equal split. That's a fake worker cooperative. Fuck that shit. Anyway, if you hear something like that, then you know you're in a worse dystopian timeline than we're currently in. We'll be back at later in the evening at 8 Pacific on Twitch. All right.